believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim. And this is Technology Thursday. Welcome. We've got a lot of things happening right now. It's kind of amazing. Donald Trump is behaving rather unusual in lieu of the fact that he just got back from Iraq. And he's concerned about the fact that he did use the MAGA hats to get signatures, which is a violation of military law. But he's not that angry really at that. He's got other things to be constantly pissed off about by the simple fact that our country is shut down. And the Democrats won't do a damn thing to fix it. The Democrats don't seem to care about our border. And I got to tell you, I've grown to start to like Donald Trump in some ways because, number one, he's handling a lot of pressure right now. There's evidence that might come up that Michael Cohen was talking to the Russians before, evidence more of collusion. They've got audio tapes of him that could talk to the possibility that Donald Trump was colluding with the Russians. But that's not the biggest problem he has. The government is shut down. Now, the stock market had an up day. Dow Jones was significantly higher. 260 points after yesterday's record increase of over 1,000 points. So there's a lot of confidence in our economy, and people are very happy that stock market's rebounding. It's not exactly, we're not facing major bear markets yet. So there's still confidence in the American economy. So I think Donald Trump has a lot to be thankful for. The fact that we do have a robust economy, it's working very well, yet his big ideas are my ideas. I'm the one with the hell bent on getting at least 1,000-mile fence built. He came up with this idea 6 years after I was talking about it nonstop. So if Donald Trump can get this fence built, we can prevent an onslaught of population blowing into our country. 31% increases in population in South America. we don't have a population increase if we just look at our population and we don't let any immigrants in. But our population is increasing 5% with illegal immigrants coming in, which is not the kind of population growth we need. And now a little boy has been actually seen. First sign of this little boy who died. Second child who died at the border because of bad medical equipment. Now that's where Donald needs to be hands-on as a president, and he's not. He's not getting medical aid to the people that are coming in here. His zero tolerance plan, that's not my idea. I would never treat people like this with such indecency. There's 2,400 kids missing still that were kidnapped, but this little boy died because of bad medical care.
Who died in U.S. custody. This is 8-year-old Felipe Alonso Gomez. A Guatemalan child died in a New Mexico hospital on Christmas Eve shortly after being taken into 8-year-old Felipe Alonso Gomez. The Guatemalan child died in a New Mexico hospital on Christmas Eve shortly after being taken into U.S. custody. It was the second death of a migrant child in U.S. custody this month. We are also learning that Homeland Security Secretary Kirstjen Nielsen will be traveling to the border this weekend. This as she warns that the border's been pushed to the breaking point. Nielsen blames parents for putting their children at risk by making the journey to the U.S. Let's bring in CNN's Dan.
I don't blame the people that are suffering with their kids because they don't have an economy down there. But I actually am a little upset that Charles Schumer and Nancy Pelosi signed off on $10.8 billion to Honduras and Guatemala, but they're not willing to give basically $5 billion for a border fence. And it doesn't require more than about 1,000 miles because there are various waterways and high cliffs that people can't come over. About 1,000 miles is needed. So why is Charles Schumer hesitant to give money to provide our national security, yet he's willing to give $10.8 billion to Guatemala and Honduras to rebuild their economy? I doubt that money's going to go to the people anyway. So there's something wrong with Charles Schumer and not Donald Trump here. I'm sick and tired of all the attacks against Donald Trump by the Democrats simply because they just want to pick on him. You know, I'm a centrist. I'm right in the middle of the political spectrum. I left the Democratic Party because of their corporate control and how many people are sold out in that party. And you got socialists coming on board like Ocasio. We'll get to her later. We've got some new information about Ocasio-Cortez. Yeah. Confirmation that she may very well be Heba Abedin, the sister of Uma Abedin, the close friend of Hillary Clinton. Very suspicious activity there. Anyway, I'm a person in the center of the political spectrum, and I'm more than willing to accept Donald Trump as our president if he is doing the right thing for America. And I got to tell you, he has followed a lot of my recommendations. That alone makes me have more respect for his leadership. And I'm not the kind of person who just kind of flips into the role of supporting Trump after I've been talking about Russian collusion for the past 2 years. I'm still waiting for credible charges from Robert Mueller. If we don't see credible charges, we're stuck with Donald Trump till the end of his term. So let's not kid ourselves. We have to make the best of this. We can't just attack Trump without credible information and a line of things. Now, I believe that Trump has committed felonies. I believe that Trump may very well have been working with the Russians early on to get elected, and I do believe the Russians did influence the election in Trump's favor. I think that Comey may be working with the Russians because what Comey did really helped Trump win. When he attacked Hillary Clinton, said that he was going to put her under criminal investigation 11 days before the election, and then claimed it would never affect because she was going to win anyway. I mean, what Comey said needs to be really investigated, in my opinion. He seems like he's a little light in the intelligence department, making such a ridiculous statement. Anyway, nothing is extortion at this point until we figure out exactly where we're going. See, our nation needs leadership. And I was telling Sarah this today. I was like, we need a leader. Donald, He likes to lead. Let's just let him do his thing and spin out of control or whatever. I'm willing to let him tweet till his heart's content, even if it does destabilize our economy, like it did last week when he attacked Jerome Powell, the Federal Reserve Chairman, obviously pissing a lot of people off and dropping the stock market. But here we are. Stock market's back up again. So we have a very strong economy. Let's not kid ourselves. Even Donald Trump and his bad tweeting can't destroy it. Do we need a government employee base that's primarily working? Donald Trump claims these people who are working in the government are Democrats, most of them. He claims the furloughed workers are Democrats. I don't know if that's true or not, but do we need a bureaucratic class of people that virtually go to work every day and just answer questions and maybe take a few phone calls and collect $150,000 a year plus a pension? I don't know if we do. Hello, Mr. McIntosh. We meet again. Oh, here's Dave with lots of IRL bots in chat. He believes they're real. No, don't. I don't. You know, we've got bots in here. We've got the Ghost created a couple bots for us. Yeah, he's pretty awesome. He did some coding and it comes out of his server and it kind of clarifies what URLs are, which is interesting. That's all I know. It helps us. I mean, when somebody posts a URL on our show, it actually tells you what that site is. That's a pretty cool feature that he created, I think. Now we've got news about Russia. Yeah, they're developing some pretty powerful hypersonic weapons. Yeah, if only he hadn't paid off Stormy Daniels to be silent. That's a felony that could dog Donald if he doesn't run for re-election. Clinton was a bad choice, so is Donald, but we didn't need a Russian rigged election. Anyway, I just want the economy to continue remaining stable as we move to 2020. Yeah, it's doing an end of the year withdrawal. I think a lot of profit taking is going on Wall Street. Let's not kid ourselves. It could still drop again. Anyway, let's take a look at Russia's hypersonic weapon that they're touting. And I believe that Russia is engaged in a saber rattling activity, which is only fueling a lot more anger among Western nations. And I don't really understand the motivation for Russia to continue acting like the bearish, overseeing, dangerous, military-ruled, totalitarian regime in the world. It just doesn't make sense why Putin wants to be seen as this unless he's got an inferiority complex and he knows that our equipment could easily kick his ass. We have just as high tech, if not better, in almost every department, and I almost think that Russia feels almost intimidated by America. That's what I'm beginning to think, because they've tested a new hypersonic anti-ship missile that can travel blistering 6,000 miles per hour, or 1.7 miles a second. The missile is known as Zircon. It will attack ships at sea and land-based targets. It's in all likelihood unstoppable by modern air defenses. CNBC reports that Russia has tested the Zircon anti-ship missile 5 times, the latest test occurring on December 10th. Explain to me why we're doing this in lieu of the fact that both of our countries have massive nuclear weapons stashes. What happened to mutual assured destruction? And this is what's collapsed under Trump, and he's failed to articulate a plan with the intermediate nuclear defenses. The INF Treaty should have been reinstated. All right, so I'm going to take a look at this particular missile and give you a close look at it and take a look at how it blows out of the ground. He also claims it was impossible to predict the missile's movements. That's another thing that Putin is pushing. So Putin is behaving much like Hitler did during the 1930s, bragging about their equipment and their weaponry. So is Putin the new Hitler? We're not really sure. Here it is. Let's listen in. And
Just
you
into CNN,
people, thank you. And you people thought that we had nothing to fear from the Russians. You Trump-tards must know we've been concerned about the Russians for a long time. So bear in mind, we're not just going to forget about the fact that they rigged our election. And let's not forget the fact that they are a small economy relative to ours. They don't have nearly the strength of our economy. Our economy is 18 times larger than Russia's. Okay? Russia has an economy a little bit smaller than the size of Texas. That's why they have dumped all this effort into their military. And this is one of the reasons why the Soviet Union faced a huge problem, because all of their efforts was in their military. So what Russia gained from the Soviet Union breaking up was they inherited the largest portion of the Soviet Union military. Ukraine pulled some nukes as well, and had a military as well, but Russia, by and large, was the largest purveyor of the Soviet technology. So now we're still seeing the Soviet Empire rearing its ugly head, threatening the world with their capability. Are we running around threatening the world? Well, it could be argued that, yeah, we are. That Donald Trump has certainly not behaved like a pacifist. And I wouldn't be a pacifist either. Well, you'd get an honest president with me. I appreciate the question you're raising is huge. We don't have an honest president with Donald. He likes to lie. He's been lying for a long time, and he's got away with it. But we have been bragging about certain things. But what we aren't talking about is the Zirkov has an AI inside. Once launched, it has complete control to devise a tactic to destroy the target, whatever the cost. That's a huge factor in this. Dr. Meow just raised that story. The Zirkov rocket could very well make decisions on the fly. And this is an even bigger threat to our national security. So while we're sitting around talking about Donald and the election and the sex tapes, which may very well be real, Russia is rapidly moving toward a much bigger military capacity in their mind. And we're sitting around wondering, gee, should we see Russia as a dangerous, threat? Oh, I don't know. And the Democrats are going, well, we don't want to go back to the Cold War, and Obama kind of went in that direction. We've been at a Cold War stance for a long time with Russia, and I was the one that said we don't need to have good, close economic ties with Russia. We never profited. Rex Tillerson profited when he built oil wells up there in the Russian Siberian region. That's something that Rex Tillerson profited from, but we as a nation don't really have anything to profit from. We make tremendous amounts of products that compete with Russia, so we don't need to have any good deals with Russia. Trump might profit. He might sell some more real estate in Miami to the oligarchs and pocket the difference, and maybe they'll money launder a little bit. But we as a nation, we're not going to profit from Russian sex slaves being brought in here dancing in front of you with naked bottoms and sexy Russian ladies at your local strip club. I don't think any of you guys want to see that. All right. No, I have no idea what you're talking about, jive turkey. In 1938, USA funded the GoFundMe of Hitler. Yeah. We all saw the result, Poland. And then here we go again. The thing is, Americans like Henry Ford supported Hitler. The Windsor families openly supported Hitler in order to get him to keep the Bolshevik Russian danger from coming westward. And they didn't really like the fact that Neville Chamberlain didn't really negotiate a peace deal with Hitler when he went over there and came back and said that peace in our time. They had to call Churchill in to fight Hitler. And Churchill was frustrated because our president, FDR, frankly, was like a pussy. The guy was raised by his mommy. So Churchill had a hard time negotiating with FDR for those 2 weeks to get the money and all the weapons. Yeah, I think you know what I'm talking about. So FDR was not the strongest guy in the world. He may be your great leader, but he turned our country into New Deal headquarters. with money going out left and right, with a massive bureaucracy and a deal where we borrow everything from the Federal Reserve, hasn't left us in a very good position. We're still dealing with the aftermath of having FDR as our president. But Churchill talked to him and had arguments with him because he couldn't understand how weak FDR was. But Churchill was one of the reasons why the war was won. It was his tenacity and his bulldog mentality that stopped Russia in their tracks. And I think we can appreciate the fact that Britain did what they had to do. But the Queen of England, I mean, they weren't that happy with the fact that their support for Hitler had fallen to the wayside. So I think Churchill would be rolling in his grave right now. And I'm only referring to FDR in the negative sense because people don't realize FDR was the only president in history that collected an allowance from his mom while in office. He got an $11 a week allowance from his mother. He was a little mommy's boy that was catered to, but he could certainly arouse the troops, and he had a great speaking voice. And when he spoke to the world, everyone listened. And FDR, I got to tell you, FDR did a great job getting our economy rolling, but he didn't have a plan to trim its size. And that's the problem. He didn't get rid of the rapid size that we have of our economy. The bureaucracy got bigger. The New Deal didn't even start to fix the problems that we're facing. But I will tell you one thing. I will go back to the original goal of what FDR had intended by creating a new CCC. That's what I'm proposing. Last week we talked about phasing out the Park Service, and then I brought up the new CCC, the Civilian Conservation Corps, and this was FDR's idea. But listen to this, the speaking ability of FDR. He really galvanized our nation, and I'm not saying he was a weak man. I'm just saying he appeared weak to Churchill and to many other people.
This republic at its beginning and grew to its present strength under the protection of certain inalienable political rights, among them the right of free speech, free press, free worship, trial by jury, freedom from unreasonable searches and seizures. They were our rights to life and liberty. We have come to a clearer realization of the fact, however, that true individual freedom
That's right. So he truly was a great president. Don't get me wrong, but he was seen as a weak man by Churchill. Now, he also had no idea how big bureaucracy could get, and I don't think that FDR had the mechanisms in place to trim the size of our bureaucracy. So we are at a critical brink point in our history where we are about to begin to see what tightening the belt really means. In the past 10 years, businesses have actually shrunk their labor force by 45%. Many of them are maybe be buying stocks back right now with the money they just got from Donald Trump's tax breaks, because his tax breaks are really bringing in the dough for corporations. So a lot of the new opportunities on the stock market might be just companies buying their own stocks back. That's possible. But we are looking at a need to trim our government size now. We've only shrunk by about 5%, and I think the shutdown is ideal to tell us where we really need to start up again. We'll find out exactly the critical areas where we need new people. But I think a lot of federal workers should be fired. I really have decided at this point that we cannot possibly keep 410,000 overly cultivated 5-day wonders in big bucks. It's just not really tenable for our country to continue supporting a class of MBAs that sit around and do nothing every day, but maybe answer the phone a few times and make a few, statements to their boss telling them what they're doing. We really have a class of people that are sitting on their ass all the time collecting a paycheck, and we can't afford this. Trump is already bankrupting our nation with the spending he's done in the military. I'm hoping that this will help Trump realize his wasteful spending tactics. He's going to have to come around. All right, we're back here again looking at Trump. He got the shutdown he wanted, but doesn't seem to have a plan to end it. Trump blasts Democratic obstruction of border wall as shutdown lingers. But I agree with Trump on this one. I really do. I think that he should continue fighting for our national security. Right. That's right. You are definitely in need of a person in the room here. I'm just having a hard time getting in the room. Yeah, I know. We've got George W. Bush is here, but I'm not. Here I come. I'm back. Venezuela is a dictatorship. Yeah, but is that our problem? I don't consider Venezuela a country that we should ignore. Hopefully the government will be shut down indefinitely. I'm thinking that we really don't need the layer of government we have right now. And I think if Trump is smart, he'll just decide what to do with the remaining budget money that we have for fiscal 2018. There's a few dollars left in the military. We can continue paying our military. I believe the Coast Guard is working for free right now. They're the only agency that's working for free. The Space Force thing, we're going to have to scrub. The military already has funding for weaponized space programs that we really don't need to fund. Yeah, close it all down. Well, the military themselves, they have a function because we will start to see certain things stop in our economy. Possibly we may face electrical shortages, but I don't really think that, you know, our private electric system seems to be pretty robust. It doesn't require the government to operate. We may see a few shortages of fuel, but not likely because our private fuel system, which is seen as a commodity run by corporations, that won't be affected much. That means distribution of food should still go on, and I think farmers don't necessarily require food subsidies to grow food. They won't be getting their food subsidies. I'm so sorry. You may want to grow some food that might work, or we might just want to legalize hemp, or we have, that's right. The farm subsidy bill definitely legalized hemp. So farmers can now grow hemp on all their property. That'll help the soil revive, recover. And when I become president, we'll be able to actually turn that hemp into fuel and create high-tech hempoline. Well, why not? So we have new ideas that will evolve. Necessity is the mother of invention, and what better time than to shut down the government right now? I think the timing is perfect. People like Charles Schumer and Nancy Pelosi have put us in this situation. They're not feeling accountable. They don't even have a sense of accountability by standing there denying Trump mere $5 billion for a border wall or a fence is tantamount to stopping our nation's defenses. I think Charles Schumer and Nancy Pelosi are seeming unpatriotic right now. Now, we have some great ideas for the country. We have new renewable energy solutions. I've got this fantastic idea where we can put a Savonius windmill, a vertical windmill, on every electric pole in America. And we could generate electricity on the fly day in, day out. All I'm saying is these are brand new ideas that the Democrats can't even think of. So we have a lot of potential. And if we include a plan to actually create energy on the fly like this, think of the incredible boost to our economy, and the savings on electricity means savings of money for all of us. Makes sense, right? So one of the ways where our country is going to get better is properly using renewable energies, like hemp growing out in the middle of nowhere. What better way to generate biofuel? This is all part of a plan to create a better plan for America. So we're going to be facing some growing pains in the process of getting this whole thing rolling. It's not going to come easy, but there's some great ideas and great potential in all these areas. Trump, however, is kind of a guy who's just going to have to stand up to the to the Schumers and the Pelosi's out there and do his thing, which he does well, which is stand up to people like them. I agree. Polls should be theoretically underground. We wouldn't need polls. But there's an argument that when you put electricity underground, it can overheat and it can actually wear the actual circuitry down. There's an argument that says that you shouldn't insulate electricity, that you should keep it open. I've heard this argument before. But the underground lines in Paris are working very well. I don't think there's any problems. I think we could bury lines. I agree. Okay, you don't think that the real Donald Trump is real? There's something wrong about the pattern, the words, and the timing. I think this is some AI software, and no one is this retarded to tweet every few hours. You know, Meow TV has an interesting point. It could be Donald is, doing this to kind of scatter our attention, though. Think of it as a diversion tactic. You know? Every time he tweets, an angel flaps her wings. Just kidding. No, but every time he tweets, he keeps us constantly on edge. You know, you constantly hit people with one thing after another. You're not going to focus on the fact that Mueller is getting closer to an indictment, possibly even the sex tape being real. Yeah, look at this. CNN and others within the fake news universe were going wild about my signing MAGA hats for our military in Iraq and in Germany. If these brave young men ask me to sign their hat, I will sign. Can you imagine my saying no? We brought our gave no hats as the fake news first reported. This isn't about the wall. Everyone knows about the wall will work perfectly, and as real, the wall works 99.9%. This is only about the Democrats not letting Donald Trump and the Republicans have a win. They may have the 10 Senate votes, but we have the issue, border security 2020. Yeah, he's right about that. You know, I'm just, because we've allowed Donald Trump to tweet his way into what our daily news, just let him do it. Let him roll. This doesn't matter anymore. Whatever he says can't destabilize the economy any worse than he already has. I don't like him either, but the fact is, he's the guy fighting the tough fight. He's the one that is trying to actually get a wall to defend our nation, which is an idea I promoted for years. So yeah, whatever. Bring it. I'm convinced that this guy is going to be our president until Mueller puts together a case. And right now, Mueller hasn't done diddly squat, but put 32 indictments together on incidental charges of and relating to people that may or may not have done anything illegal. 8 felony counts against Manafort and 8 against Cohen in areas that are not even related to money laundering is not doing your job. Now, Mueller better do his job, or he's probably going to just retire as a guy who wrote a letter to somebody. That's about it. Sarah is here. Hello, Sarah.
Hi, David.
We had a pretty interesting cooking show. We made blueberry waffles the day of Christmas, and I just played it for everybody in the pre-show. So.
Yeah, we just finished those blueberry waffles this morning.
Mm-hmm.
They were delicious for breakfast.
Yeah, they were. They really were good, even reheated. And that's on? Good. I've got it on swing action, so it'll push the heat more. I don't mind it playing in the background.
I think I almost want to just stop the swing.
Yeah, hit the swing on the right, have it facing right at you, and then stop the swing.
There we go.
Yeah, our cooking shows are kind of fun to watch. They're relaxing and they're cost saving, and I think many people don't realize that, you know, you could make a dinner like we made. 2 pies and the green bean casserole, and she makes a special thing with sweet potatoes and all kinds of fruit.
Yeah, it was really good.
And then on top, all of this was under $25, including the turkey, which is phenomenal. We still have enough food to last the whole week, so I don't think...
That's pretty cool. Zeno's kicking back in his backyard jacuzzi, watching the show on his outdoor-mounted 84-inch curved 4K TV. He can see every single wrinkle in my face.
That's kind of wild, Zeno. You know, enjoy. I'm glad you're enjoying your life. We need a fence. Okay.
Huh. That's pretty funny, Pirate. I agree. Okay, you don't feel like cooking tonight, you're just going to grab some grub. Like a pot of oatmeal? Alright, you say we need a fence made of rubber poles. You can climb them, then they oscillate due to the weight of the guy, and you
Throws you off.
throws you
Yeah.
down and away.
It's pretty funny. That's an interesting theory. Yeah, I can't use a ladder. Well, I still contend that the container idea that really makes the most sense is a lot more reasonable than anything and can be deployed rather quickly. Containers can be moved rather quickly into position, and a container wall that is too high, like right here, could actually be a living environment for people at the border. We could turn those containers into little mini tiny houses. I mean, it's not impossible. And on the other side, facing our country, we could spray that with the gunite. Heavy concrete can be sprayed against the wall. If you put fencing, like chain link fencing in front of the wall, you could actually put about 2 inches of gunite and chain link fencing on that. So you couldn't even get through it from the inside without a saw, of course. I don't really want to turn the containers into living environments for people, but I'm just saying we could house up to 500,000 people at the border.
The containers won't tip over. Have you ever seen them on a ship? They stack them like 4 or 5 high and they still don't tip over. You just have to stack them correctly and they're great. They're fantastic. That's how they ship, so many goods overseas. Speaking of which, I want to send a message to all the ships at sea and to all the people who are trucking all our goods across the country. Thank you for your hard work. It's not easy what you do, and I know a lot of people don't understand all the difficulty you go through, so thank you. I do thank you. True, Xenu, and very high. Xenu says some of the containers fall off, but that's the thing is that if they do, then it's in very stormy conditions, not on a flat surface. Tough Beans, I think you have a answer for everything, don't you? Or a comeback for everything. Well, 660, then we're going to have sonar equipment going along next to the containers to check for anyone trying to tunnel their way under the wall. We'll have a sonar to get a scan of what it is at first, and then another rolling sonar to check periodically to see if there's any differences and to see if people are trying to tunnel through. Good point, Dr. Meow. Port and starboard. I know that one is on one side of the ship and one's on the other side of the ship. Isn't it like the difference between left and right? One's, and it all has to do with, not off the top of my head, but I can look it up. They're nautical and aeronautical terms for left and right, respectively. Port is left. Okay, starboard is right. Port, starboard. As long as you're facing toward the front of the ship versus the back of the ship. Starboard is the starboard is the right hand. Okay. Oh, that's a good idea. Port and starboard never change. They're unambiguous references that are not relative to the observer. Okay. That's funny. Oh, great, another letter. That's funny. Okay. Ah. Interesting, Dr. Meow. A little bit of both, Tough Beans. Probably take it as a compliment. When you're not sure whether to take something as a compliment or an insult, always take it as a compliment. I always mean good things for you. It's good, actually, to be able to, I mean, it's a talent to be able to find the way that things can. I don't always have that talent. That is the talent to look for the ways that people will abuse the system. Sometimes, especially if you're too close to a system, then you don't always look at the downsides of it. And it's very, very good to have someone that has that capability. I know David seems to have that capability to always find, like, how would people abuse a certain system or something like that. Hello, Insane Canadian, you're here. Yay! I will rejoice. My Canadian friend. I just wanted to call you Canadian, not Insane Canadian, but okay. Some are saying blowtorch sonars are easy to mess with. They need some seismic control equipment. Isn't seismic control equipment hard to get their hands on to generate the underground sonic waves? I mean, only you would think of that, Dr. Meow, but maybe not. If you think of it, somebody else will think of it. Reptoid, I think it would be a little more difficult than just a can opener, but okay. No, Xenu, because obviously I believe that whoever wants to work should work, and whoever doesn't want to work doesn't have to work. But then they should have to, whatever your choice in life, you have to be willing to accept the consequences of your actions. So if you don't work, you don't get paid. Okay, move on. Oh, Dr. Meow thinks if you want to secure under a wall, you need an artificial underground lake or river, the height and depth being random, so if someone tries to tunnel, they would eventually drown. Deeker, happy early new year. 19-foot odd mysterious lights appears over Queen, New York, and causes power outages. I don't know if I'm not gonna necessarily promise you that, Xenu. 750. Sarah, so many things to think of, and I bet they'll eventually be pointless and a huge waste of money, and we could be using that to fix other situations. Anybody can dig a hole, and anybody with money can fill it in. Interesting, Dr. Meow. Yes, Dave does want to do $400 a month and cute Rainbow Dash. And I think that's a good idea, Xenu. Thank you, Xenu. And Pirate. I don't have $400 for you right now, but I would love to give you $400 eventually if I were ever in that position. But actually, I'm just going to hold on to my $400 and not give it to anyone for anything. The President and First Lady celebrated part of their holiday assisting NORAD with calls from children. That's why they got rid of the payphones, Jive Turkey. Who knew? Ah. I did not know there was a wall in Hungary, but that totally makes sense, Dr. Meow. Thank you for telling us. He says, Dr. Meow says, did you know why the European wall in Hungary works? Because both sides of the wall are hunter zones where you can hunt animals with any kind of weapons. Anything goes. And they would say, hello, Misanthropy. Hello, Shadow. Why is Misanthropy talking through Shadow? Did David, purge him or something? As long as no one's held accountable for anything that's shot in those hunting zones. Oh, good. He's playing games on Steam. I'm glad he's letting off some steam on Steam. Ooh, a blue light over Queens, New York. Here, I'll show the room. Here's the blue light over Queens, New York. And there was some kind of power outage after that. Ooh. Luck. How do I address my white privilege? I was lucky to be born in the United States and lucky to be born to the people I was born to. It wasn't a perfect life. I wasn't born rich or anything. I have a lot of siblings and my parents scraped by, but they taught me some really good things. Oh, David would love me to look at this site. I am awake.
Doug Rowland is a heliophysicist at NASA who answered the phone on a citizen complaint about sounding rockets releasing lithium.
Yes, here's a picture of the wall, and EU-funded wall that nobody wants to talk about. It's a wall between Turkey and Syria funded by none other than the European Union. The wall runs through the provinces of, well, I can't pronounce all those. It incorporates physical, electronic, and advanced technology layers. Has modular concrete walls, patrol routes, manned and unmanned towers, and passenger tracks. The EU and its loyal followers persistently preach that any form of borders are racist, but many will be shocked to learn the construction of this wall was funded by the EU. Valued at more than 80 million euros. The 35.6 million euros went to a Turkish company, Otokar. For the construction of armored Cobra II military vehicles, which are used to patrol the border. And then they pledged 3 billion euros to Turkey under the guise of a humanitarian aid to the Syrian refugees in the country. In reality, it served to trap the existing 3.5 million refugees in Turkey, left those hoping to flee their war-torn country at even further risk. Wow, interesting. Thank you. Thank you for waking me up, Dr. Meow. I'll try to become awake. I treat everyone as equally as I can, Xenu. How about that? So okay, here's a 2-minute video. Some it's flashing this blue light over in the sky of New York City. I think it's due to some kind of electrical explosion or something. Maybe. Oh yeah, it does look like some kind of explosion. But it keeps going. It's like it appears electrical plasma ball, Dr. Meow thinks. Why is it's going in and out? That's interesting. Huh. Maybe Dr. Meow thinks it's someone having fun with a Tesla experiment. Yes, they did have a blackout afterwards. I think you're right. I think it was a Tesla experiment and then they caused a blackout. I think that makes sense. Problems with some kind of substation. Someone got a Tesla coil for Christmas. Yeah, usually isn't it that whatever seems logical is most likely what is logical? All right, thanks for sharing it though. That is kind of weird, bizarre, but it does make sense that it would be. I saw that too outside my house. Somebody posted it was in a roof because I saw it from the top of a building and my TV was going crazy. Yeah. You've seen videos of the same thing before, Reptoid is. Deeker says a probable cause of bizarreness in today's technology. Is anybody, no one's been injured in it? Hopefully not. Oh, give me a break, Feinstein. Authorities claim that a suspect in a fatal California cop shooting is in the U.S. illegally. And Trump picked a defense contractor to take over the Pentagon. Donald Trump tweet storm, special Thursday edition. Oh yeah, that does seem very similar. Is that Elk Grove, Indiana? I'll put that over with the other YouTube video. Hello, don't worry, be happy. Well, there's some kind of initiative that you guys are talking about, affirmative action or something like that. There's some kind of initiative that someone was trying to collect signatures for about affirmative action in Washington State. When I went to the grocery store, activists push to re-legalize affirmative action in Washington State. Backers are calling it Initiative 1000 would change Washington state law to allow the government to use affirmative action that does not constitute preferential treatment to remedy discrimination in public employment, education, and contracting against veterans and historically disadvantaged groups. Oh, so a couple transformers tripped offline at the substation and it sparked a fire. I've reached my limit of free articles at the Seattle Times. Thanks. Transformers explode in Queens. A couple of transformers tripped offline at a substation at 20th Avenue and 32nd Street, sparking a fire. Smoke arising from a source could be seen as far away as Manhattan. Good. Yeah, New York PD is asking people to avoid the area of 20th Avenue and 31st Street in Astoria while they're investigating the transformer explosion. That can have some really toxic stuff if it's in a transformer. So, yes, do stay away from that area. Don't think that you should go close to it. All right, I'm going to close all of those. You think this is very important? Humanity, not mankind. EU Parliament is urging MEPs to adopt gender-neutral language. Faced with a fracturing union plagued by internal squabbles, EU Parliament has taken decisive action to solve the bloc's numerous real-world problems, issuing a pamphlet which urges them to ditch words coined with man. They've been sent guidebooks on using gender-neutral language in all of their official EU-related work and communications. They'll be strongly encouraged to say chair instead of chairman, artificial instead of man-made, humanity instead of mankind. They say it's more than a matter of political correctness. Language powerfully reflects and influences attitudes and perceptions. Oh, wow. Wow. I don't have any. David will play some beats when he comes in. I agree with you. Don't worry, be happy. These active people are not understanding larger issues of the world. Ah, man. Most Americans would rather spend the $5 billion that Trump is demanding for the border wall on infrastructure, education, or healthcare. A 71-year-old man is trying to cross the Atlantic Ocean in a barrel. The oldest man died. He was 112 years old. A World War II veteran. Wow. I agree. I don't, yeah. I don't agree with that whole thing to get rid of the man. Hello, I Ate Few. Can I read in these headlines in your broadcaster voice? I will do my best, Car5. NBCnews.com. An ex-CEO pleaded guilty in the major opioid case. The ex-CEO of Insys is to plead guilty in a major opioid case. You're probably right, I Ate Few. I'm sorry that I had a little bit... Oh, a minute drop of yolk in the egg white. It was not too lame, though, because it was going into a substance that had egg yolk in it. Subsys said an under-the-tongue spray that manages pain in cancer patients contains fentanyl, an opioid that the DEA says is 25 to 50 times more powerful than heroin. The firm's leaders of Insys bribed doctors in return for their prescribing the drug. Court documents filed Wednesday show. They defrauded insurance companies through their actions because the insurance providers made payments to doctors without knowledge of the bribes and kickbacks, according to court documents. I cannot play that song right now. I don't know who Becky Lynch is, so I don't have any feelings about her referring to herself as the man. No, I have not seen that group, Jive Turkey.
The man. Jive Turkey. We're talking Jive Turkey.
Yes, I'm glad I don't have the problems that IQ has about a little bit of my egg yolk got into my egg white. I guess I did have that problem, but I got over it.
Can you imagine having that problem in life? Yeah. Oh, really? An incest sales rep from a pharma company, Patty Nixon, told NBC News how the company lured doctors into prescribing the drug for patients who did not need it.
And insists that it
Incest.
had a fentanyl in it,
Oh, really?
which is why it's such a big deal.
That is a big deal. So incest sales reps are starting to speak out. Fentanyl should be pulled off the market.
2018 was a gold rush for the legal pot industry.
Yeah. $10 billion worth of investments in legal marijuana. And that shows some positive signs for our economy, believe it or not. I know that sounds like, gee, man, I never thought I would come to this, but people in our area are getting jobs in recreational supply stores, and it's a good thing. It helps people. I didn't know heroin was mixed with fentanyl. That's dangerous. It looks to me like we're playing with fire with all those dangerous synthetic heroines. Methadone is synthetic heroin.
This is very cool. Full cost list must be published starting January 1st, according to a new federal rule.
Really?
Hospital prices, full cost list for hospitals.
Thank goodness. Wow, this is the first time I've seen
Thank you.
regulations.
The federal government's actually doing something we agree with.
Yeah. We want to see hospital prices fully published because our hospitals have been known to ding people $5,000 a day for staying in well, you could stay in a penthouse suite for that price. 2 penthouse suites for that price.
Wow. And it should also make it
Transparency.
easier for patients to get access to their medical records.
Yeah, and Jive Turkey, I saw that yesterday, yeah. We caught that at the end of the day. You had to pay $2,000 for a saline bag? Are you serious? Zeno's had a saline bag problem. Wow. No one killed anybody. Yeah. George H.W. Bush died of natural causes, I thought. Are you spinning a conspiracy theory that they took him out because he was going to reveal his part of the Kennedy assassination? You could probably run with that. You could probably write a book about that. Trump is so concerned about the wall. Where's his reform on health care? My idea still can be deployed. The one he took from me in the campaign, the mobile medical unit idea. Yep, we can go forward with that. Lowering the cost of health care 80%.
You know, the thing, this guy says hospitals' charges are not as relevant to the patient because a hospital's bill may be significantly discounted or the services are provided at no charge under the hospital's charity policy. However, it's the start.
It's a start.
I mean, I'd rather you tell me it's like
Yeah.
$600 for a procedure and then I end up with a lower bill and I don't say, oh, why did not pay $600? I'd rather say, okay, so the max I will pay is
I want to see
$600 or $6,000, whatever it is.
I want to see a list of doctors in my area and how many malpractice suits have been filed against them. That's what I want to see when I get a doctor. I want to know how many malpractice suits have been filed against them, not how many have settled. I want to know that too. But I also want to know how many have been, charged malpractice. We don't have a database like that nationally. Wouldn't that be great? A national database so that you could find out how many doctors have cheated, lied, stolen, killed people? Yeah. How many of them have been charged with other crimes too? Druggies file suits of malpractice if they don't get their pills. Well, let's find out if that's true. There'll be druggie-related malpractice cases. Will be in a column on the left. He has 15 druggie malpractice cases, but 2 settled out of court, and 1 went to trial. Wouldn't that be nice to know? Or do you want your doctor to leave a scalpel inside of you when he's giving you a herniorrhaphy operation? Whatever that is.
Okay.
How to uncover a doctor's medical malpractice history. Misanthropy's got a link. In some states publish it, like Maine. They have a publishing of the malpractice cases. But yeah, steps to make a fair and informed judgment.
You can move it over here.
I will. Thank you, Sarah, for coming in.
And then you can just go to desktop 2 at the
Gotcha.
top.
Hey, I wanted to talk to you briefly about something. How to uncover malpractice suits against a doctor. Checking a doctor's history of malpractice suits and disciplinary actions can help guide you in choosing a doctor. Doctor rating websites exist? Okay, good. How to do a background search? Oh yeah, we're going to do that. Board certifications. Okay, well that's actually a pretty good tool you found. Let me publish this over in iBlog as well. Thanks, Misanthropy. I just had to talk to her about her dinner. I had prepared a bunch of stuff and I told her how to heat it up. So it all worked out. Well, we're not really at war. Trump just got us out of war, Carr. He followed up with my idea of getting out of Syria. Isn't that great? And we're also getting out of Afghanistan. It's fantastic. Yeah. So, yeah, Obama didn't do that. See, winning. Trump is winning to something. Yeah. All right. No, we're not looking to adopt. We need to see a little bit of a background on every doctor in America. And I would like to see doctors all perform a public service. In order to retain your medical licensing, I think at a federal level, I think all doctors should perform 1 day of free service at a public hospital. Or I will say minimal pay service. How's that? You like that idea? You'd like to see all doctors perform 1 day of free service every week? Even if they have to do it on Sunday. Am I the only one who thinks these doctors are ripping you off? I guess I am. Excellent, thank you. All right, so we're going to take another quick look at the city of... Wow, that's a pretty picture. Look at this. Wow, that is beautiful. We built this city. I don't know where that is, but it certainly is a very picturesque picture of, yeah, the horizon. Yeah, we saw something last night in our chat room. We were bringing up links about Russia and China working on chemtrail activity. And it was very interesting. There's a picture showing how they've actually photographed the phased array radar they've been using to test their chemical abilities at creating weather modification. And I have a picture here of it. There it is. Yeah, this is a picture of the radiation level that's over the Earth from radar. Very similar to the one I have behind me, but not the same, slightly different. Yeah. So with this action against the Earth, and the magnetosphere being altered by all this action. There's bound to be some volcanic eruptions in the water that led to the tsunami last week. Yeah, Trump outlawed bump stocks. It's absurd. Bump stocks, it's absurd to outlaw bump stocks. You could put a rubber eraser behind your finger and you'd have a bump stock. Trump doesn't know anything about weapons. Did you see his conversation with Dianne Feinstein? He actually thought that AR-15s are sold illegally. Trump actually made that statement. He was never informed that AR-15s are sold in gun stores all over the country. He had no idea. Warning, alien invasion. Welcome to the machine. Ooh, that'd be great to play tonight, yeah. Welcome to the machine, Pink Floyd. We'll have to get some good images to follow up on that. That's what Northern Lights are. It looks exactly like this testing phase that the China and Russia was involved in. This is an actual phased array testing that they had done as a collaborative measure. Why do people buy $10 six packs when there are $1 tall boys at $8 each? Okay, you're asking those big questions from a guy who doesn't seem to have any problem with money. Now I'm beginning to believe that you do care about money, Xenu. Yeah, so you're getting to that age where you're starting to realize, well, wait a second, if I buy a beer for $5 at a bar, I'm better off with a quart of beer, and you're making some big decisions there. Yeah, the decisions you're making will put you in a position where you can actually drink malt liquor at $1 a pop on the street with your push cart next to you. That'll be fun. If you have to worry about the cost of a $10 six-pack, Xenu, you need to get to a better, faster lane in life or stop drinking. Okay? That's a warning sign, man, that you're worried about that. It means that you like to drink beer, and number two, you're starting to be concerned about the cost. I don't like beer. I don't drink beer unless, of course, somebody says, hey, here's a party. Would you like a beer, Dave? Then I'll have a beer, but it's like not something I enjoy. Even AR-15s are sold in gun stores. I know, Trump didn't know that. Now, if you want to talk about beer, let's talk about beer. That's right. Beer is the number one topic now that we had the Brett Kavanaugh hearings. You want to talk about beer,
drank
Senator?
Beer. She had one beer at the party and had beers with. And having some beers with friends or just to meet up and have some beers. Drinking beer, which I gladly do. I like beer.
You haven't answered that.
I like beer. I don't know if you do.
Okay.
Do you like beer, Senator, or not? What do you like to drink?
Next one is
Senator, what do you like to
Judge,
drink?
have
In
you
any event, we drank beer and still do. So what?
Headline, Trump goes after Big Pharma to lower drug prices. I don't think he's doing that very well. That didn't work out too well. He talked about it, but it didn't work out. Trump has not gone after Big Pharma, which he gladly does. He drinks beer because he likes it. He likes beer. He drinks beer because he gladly does. Xenu, I'm saying if you're starting to freak out about the cost of steel reserves versus a regular six-pack of beer, that means one of two things. It means, number one, that you're beginning to get addicted to beer, like Brett Kavanaugh. And number two, you're starting to think long-term about the net cost of your addiction. That's another bad sign for you. You need to get off beer entirely and save a ton of money by not buying any brew. And stop using it as a crutch. Be strong. Stop using alcohol as your backup plan. He is an idiot. No wonder Trump likes him. Tough being said. Exactly.
Whatever.
Whatever.
I think.
And what we don't really understand is that he is instrumental in making some big moves that led our country to where it is today. Brett Kavanaugh was the judge that signed off on super PACs getting money from foreign governments like Russia. So when we go here...
You're listening to Virtual Interactive Chat.
Hang on. No. So my sign off of the show, I have this. And no, I'm not part of New York's Channel 11. I just grabbed a portion of their sign off. But look at that. Yeah, wondering why Trump is so set on Kavanaugh. In 2011, he ruled that foreign governments could fund American super PACs. Huh. Think about that. You probably don't even know what I'm talking about. All right, that's cool. He's more than an idiot. He's a planned shill. Somebody paid off his bills last year, $200. Excuse me, $200,000 worth of bills were paid off.
You've probably had beers, Senator, and
Yeah, you know, Kavanaugh sounds like a Russian name too, doesn't it? Good point. Thank you, Kool-Aid Anthrax. Kavanaugh. Origins of name. I think we may be looking at a Russian Irishman. It's a Gaelic name. It was the surname of the Dormail Colmanacha, the eldest son of the 12th century king of Leinster in Ireland. The name goes with the name, and the surname is Kavanaugh. There is no A-U-G-H in the original surname. It's Kavanaugh. Hey, anyway, I really don't think it's Russian, nor do I have to really go into detail here, but there is the name Kavanaugh. Gaelic in nature. Well, everyone knows he's an Irishman, so he must like his good alcohol.
so
you're saying there's never been a case where you drank so much that you didn't remember what happened the night before or part of what happened?
you're asking about, blackout. I don't know. Have you?
So he was asking about blackout, and he doesn't know. He doesn't know if he's had a blackout or not. And then he asked her if she's had a blackout. So I know this is old news, but it's still very relevant. Donald, what are you doing? I don't need to get Gucci's. I've got Gucci's. Check them out. How's that? David, I just found on this at Google, County of Sponheim was an independent territory in the Holy Roman Empire, which lasted from the 11th century until the end. The name comes from the municipality of Sponheim, where the origin counts with the Ashkenazi descent. I had no idea. Find me a link to that, Xenu. Thank you. David, you see what I said about Amber? Let me take a look. You wear your feet? Amber wants me to tell you she wants a PlayStation 4. Well, I heard that a PlayStation 5 is coming out very shortly, and it's going to be like $800. That's what I heard. Yeah. Dave works at a machine shop now. Oh, are you saying these are machine shop glasses? I think you're right. They are. They're not really Gucci's. No. Really? Let's take a look here. We're done with this? Okay, thanks. Whew. I'm going to add the malpractice site that you just gave me to my health section. Yeah, I've got a Flipboard where I flip pages, and if you haven't used this technology, it's pretty cool. We keep our links at our Flipboard, and I'm going to show you how to do it. It sits up here in the upper portion of your screen, and you can just click on it, and it opens up a Flipboard. And I'm going to put this in, let's see, medical. Anything in medical? Human traffic? No, that doesn't. Medical. Good living. Yeah, that's good living. Anything related to your health. But I keep this Flipboard available right there. Now, Melania Trump is wearing the pants in the family now. Let's take a look. Here's my Flipboard if you want to check it out. It's got over 25 different categories. Yeah, PlayStation 5 is going to be out very shortly. Sony is very excited about it. I'm thinking of waiting and buying the $800 version. Just to beat all of you PlayStation 4 people who beat me because I had an Xbox 360. False Flag Hoaxathon, GoFundMe predictions, yeah. How many crisis events will we have this year? That's a good question. We'll have to do a crisis roundup tonight or tomorrow night. Okay, Twitter's response, is Melania wearing pants in this picture? Let's take a look. You know, I heard that the Prime Minister of Iraq was not happy and could not make a meeting with Trump, did not like the terms. They're wondering, is this a body double wearing sunglasses and a miniskirt? Yeah, many people are wondering, and they deplanned. Twitter began to debate the oddities of Melania's outfit choice. Yeah, is this a miniskirt? Is it an upper coat? Melania forgot her pants but remembered her sunglasses? Could that skirt be any shorter? Sunglasses at night? Melania? Really? You're the First Lady of the United States. Try acting like it, not like an aging rock star. People also implied that the confusion outfit may be an indication that it wasn't actually the First Lady making an appearance. Whoa! Bob's trailer just got fiber. Are we supposed to celebrate your bowel movement, Bob? I think that's a bit much, don't you? This is a family show, man. Bad judgment fits with sunglasses and without pants. Yeah. That's a double. Hair is different, sunglasses, all of it. That's not Melania. Yahoo! Okay, so I added this to my good living section. Hospital bills will be talked about as of January 1st, according to a new federal rule. That's a good thing.
The U.S. has no universal health care. According to the Congressional Budget Office, nearly 26 million Americans remain uninsured. Across the rest of the world, healthcare is very different. Some European countries have publicly funded healthcare, like the UK's National Health Service. In Japan, insurance is often provided by the employer and medical fees are regulated. In the US, it costs around $9,500 a year for healthcare. 17% of US GDP is spent on both private and public healthcare, more than any other developed country in the world.
That's right.
Sweden spent just under 12%, while the UK is much lower at 9%. However, a mere 48% of that expenditure comes from the government, while Sweden, Japan, and the UK all spend more than 80%. If the US spends more of its GDP on healthcare, surely it should be better, right? Well, according to data from the World Bank, the life expectancy of Americans has not improved as much as those living in other developed nations.
There you go. We're still 39th on the life expectancy list. Yeah, you see, Americans work too hard and our healthcare sucks. It's way overpriced. For the last 6 years, everybody's getting ripped off. And now all these clinics that are hooked up to Obamacare are auto-dialing your local bag people. So they get calls now, have you been in for a checkup? Are you having problems with your sleep? Would you like a sleep study? Yeah. So they just want more bodies in there to charge them for free Medicaid. It's unbelievable. Every 3 months, people are being called in for a $150 visit. Clinics around the country are just raking in the dough. They love it. You let these people rip you off, and our government's being ripped off hard. I say stop paying Medicaid and Medicare and let's see how bad our health care really goes, but have a safety net in place. Now, I'm the originator of the mobile medical idea, which veritably could save our country a huge amount of money. We can reduce the cost of health care initially by 80%. Mobile medical units, possible. Yeah. An example would be we'd include generic medicine too. We'd be able to offer you generic medicine in the back of the mobile medical units. And recreational marijuana. Sleep studies are good money, for the government is not so good. Sleep studies make the companies money off the backs of the taxpayer. It's a ridiculous charge that's being levied against our Medicaid funds. It's got to stop. We can't afford it, but mobile medical units like this rapid response unit could be deployed across the country, and we could have about 200 of these within a year. Net cost, $1 billion. Everything in my repertoire of answers for the country is not going to cost more than $1 billion initially. No, I don't go skiing, no. Skiing can cost you a broken leg, which will cost you up to $45,000 in any hospital in America. Nice, huh? Well, this offers people of any color, any race, any background, free health care, including illegal aliens can go here. But if you're strapped for some place to go and you need somebody to check on you, a mobile medical unit will be in your area 24/7 to provide you a basic health care for a small copay, $30. And in the back of the mobile medical unit, you will have generic medicine, as well as 1 to 3.5 grams of marijuana. So you could actually get some medical marijuana in the back if you're over the legal age. Looked like I was going out and taking a toke there, didn't it? No, I'm not smoking marijuana during the show. Yeah, $5 a gram. Is it going to be a set price? That would be that ideally. Yep. And that video, that was rather funny. I know. It was hilarious. I don't smoke marijuana on screen, no. I have smoked it though. It's pretty nice. So if you're suffering from glaucoma, Parkinson's, epilepsy, brain disorders, brain cancer, neuro disorders, maybe Huntington's disease, you name it, a little smoke on a little toke will get you the next step. It'll also increase your appetite if you have chemotherapy or the other failed method, radiation therapy. All these methods that the hospital charges you to pretend like they're going to fix you when in fact they're killing you. Marijuana is a far better solution for your daily life, even if it's in pill form. So we'll have medicinals, edibles, and smokables, vapables, everything you want in the medical marijuana section of the generic medicine section of the mobile medical unit. This is amazing technology that could veritably change your life forever. It's almost as good as this VW trailer that I think is the coolest thing ever made. It reminds me of the Volkswagen I lived in. I lived in a VW van kind of like that, but without the trailer part. Isn't that cool? Well, a lot of you are starting to think technology, you know. How do you make your life easier? Do you build yourself a nice outdoor tent trailer that you can convert into a home and take anywhere into the Sudan and hang out there in Darfur with the starving people? Maybe that's your trip. Maybe that's what you want to do. Well, we have the possibilities are enormous of these amazing new ideas, but we've got to start thinking new ideas. You have no idea. You need to start answering these questions. No, I have my own supply of Michel Dermaceuticals Fruit Mist Spray. And what I do is I dilute this down 1 to 10 parts water, purified water, and I spray it on my face. Yeah, it makes me feel good. No placenta in there at all. As much as you'd like it to be placenta, it's fruit mist spray. Okay? Who sprays their face with placenta? I wonder if you could even buy a placental face mask. Seriously, is anything out there with placenta in it? I seriously doubt that you could even find placenta on the open market. Not that I want that. Most of you have your placenta from when you were born, right? In your refrigerator? I would think you would. Your mom didn't keep the afterbirth? Oh, really? All right, we're going to go on to the next subject. Oh, gosh. A San Quentin prison inmate escapes, suspected carjacking. San Quentin? Didn't they close San Quentin? I thought San Quentin was completely shut down. Okay, if this young man is in your neighborhood, Lock your doors and call the cops. He's suspected in a carjacking. Yeah, he's got that $sign over his eyebrow. Yeah, it's dirty money, it says right there. It's a sure sign he's dangerous. Prison officials are asking for public's help in finding an inmate who escaped from San Quentin State Prison in Northern California. I was thinking of Alcatraz. I do need to take a long vacation. State Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation officials said Shalom Mendoza escaped from the facility shortly after 9:30 on December 26. After his disappearance was reported, a search of the nearby area was launched and local authorities were notified. I would say so. He took a RAV4 license plate 6 STZ 502. This 21-year-old is Hispanic, has short brown hair, brown eyes, 5'5", and weighs 177 pounds. Yeah. Anyone who spots Mendoza is urged to call law enforcement. Anyone who contacts him, contact Lieutenant Samuel Robinson at 415-455-5000. That's 415-455-5000. Operator standing by. You have a placenta sheet mask. You found it? Okay, thank you. We have a placenta sheet mask for those of you who are heavily into placenta. Yeah, I didn't think this was possible, but here it is. Wow. Prime Youth Placenta Mask Sheet. We love sheet masks. They're an integral part of the Korean beauty routine that we adore because of their ability to intensely moisturize the skin in 10 minutes. We also love putting weird stuff on our faces like pig collagen and fake eyebrows. Our latest obsession from Korean beauty brand and weird stuff connoisseur Holika is the Prime Youth Placenta Sheet Mask. Don't freak out, let us explain. The nutrients in placenta, we used Vegetal, but human placenta works too, if you have some readily available, to help produce collagen, elastin, and hyaluronic acid in the skin. Wow. Lighten scars, smooth out wrinkles. She's using real, it's Vegetal. It's not placenta, dude. Yeah, this person is not offering a placenta mask. It's a Vegeta. No different than my fruit enzyme. You smelled aged whiskey, really. The internet is crashing.
We have word now that there is a pretty big CenturyLink internet outage that's being reported across the United States. You can see here on this map at Down Detector, it's showing that...
Oh, this is Dabu7, Mr. Shill of the universe. He does this for AdSense money. Yeah, he's like fear monger central. It's kind of like Alex Jones, who now has his YouTube site up and running.
You're not going to believe this, but they actually banned me from YouTube so that I'd sound more legit. So people would think that I was like an everyday guy getting censored, kind of like that David Sponheim guy.
David, look at this facial. You're a woman, right? Okay. Asking me to look at this facial? Let's take a look. Kate Beckinsale, right, is the latest celebrity to try the treatment, which uses a serum derived from babies' circumcised penises. Has anti-aging finally gone too far? Kate Beckinsale doesn't think so. Yeah. Now, there you have it. The foreskin facial, at least a week old. Looking good. Yeah, she looks great. Wow. That foreskin facial really works for you. Yeah. You go, girl. Can you believe this is happening in our world? Did you hear, too, that people are taking injections of children's blood to stay youthful? The last days of Sodom and Gomorrah. I would not take a foreskin facial. No, I'm going to stick by my fruit enzyme naturally derived by Michel Dermaceuticals. Yeah, I kind of like it. It makes me feel at one with the natural universe. Knowing that those fruits died for my face. You know how many fruits died to make my fruit enzyme spray? You're on the foreskin restoration waiting list? Okay. You do whatever you have to do to remain as good looking as me when you turn 58. Other than that, I'm going to go into a deep state of meditation right now to reduce any wrinkling. You can always get higher in life, but not on drugs. Eventually you'll peak and eventually have some sort of a mental breakdown. Yep. You don't want to do that. Drugs are bad for you. Marijuana is good for you. It's an herb. That's the difference. Well, a lot of people just don't have enough music in their show, do they? Hey, we've got this really cool new mixer board that I'm going to be hooking up whenever I get around to it. And we're going to be able to download some instruments. It's really cool, this new one that I got. It's fantastic. We'll be able to bring you some more free love. Yeah, so renewable energy solutions will power up our economy in areas that Donald Trump has failed. And I don't believe the Democrats even have an open enough mindset or a liberal enough mindset, ironically, to take on a government operation involving making renewable energy solutions. Now, if the government built this amazing windmill that can get electric energy generated as low as 5 miles per hour at low altitudes, you can imagine how we could deploy these things around the country. We have over 1 million telephone poles. So think of the jobs, think of the potential. That's just one idea. And if the government spearheads this, kind of like Henry Ford did back in the old days with the Model T and the Model A, we could see some major production going on where we haven't in years gone past. And this is not a plan like Solyndra and Obama, where he gave Solyndra, a private corporation, $530 million. We never saw a bit of that. David, can you give our unemployed viewers advice on how to get a job? I'm not the best guy to talk to on that. I can tell you how to make money on the side so that you can build up your personal income. I can tell you how to save money. But Sarah's the expert on getting jobs. I'm not a big person who supports the idea of constantly working the rest of your life. Believe it or not, I actually have a plan for all of us to kind of kick back and enjoy the fruits of our wonderful nation, where we take a little bit more money out of the pockets of the really rich people and give it to the opportunity of people that really want opportunity, not people that want a free handout. So I have a way in which you can actually slowly... Okay, you're calling in, really? You actually have a voice? What makes you want to call in right now? To test your phone? It's an emergency. Ben Shapiro, we've got...
Mira lo que está saliendo.
Oh, no sé. Strange blue lights in the atmosphere. In the New York City sky. This is in the New York City sky, everybody.
Mira lo que está saliendo.
Mira lo que hicieron. Sí, mira. Strange blue lights. Michelle Obama is a hermaphrodite? Really? Are you sure Michelle Obama is a Hermie? Are you positive? Yeah, do we have to go there right now, or is this something we can wait on? All right. Yeah, I really don't want to go there. We're trying to drift. Michelle's not going to run for office. I can show the video, but not right now. Yeah, it's a little bit uncomfortable. Well, I don't want to be anti-transgender, because I know a lot of you prefer it. So I'll be doing the show with a unisexual approach, so that you will neither think that I'm a man or a woman. I'm not a woman. But no, I would prefer it if we respect people of different backgrounds. LGBTQ is not something I support, though. Do you think this is a directed energy weapon? Mira, mira!
Ahora va la policía.
Oh, la policía. Policía. Contact the police. You hear that? Sounds like Jackie Lee.
Ahora se ha apagado.
Habla separar. No sé. Ay, 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 the blue lights.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
It's a blown transformer. Stay away from 20th Street and 32nd Street in Harlem.
It's a blown transformer in Harlem, folks. 22nd and 23rd Street.
Maybe not Harlem, but Queens.
It's right near Queens, yeah. It's a blown transformer. It's nothing to be afraid of. Mira, mira.
Well, it is something to be afraid of.
But I know, no get so close. No blue and green light over. You see New York City? Check it out, man. Oh, look at this. Sarah, this is real. Blue and green lights glowing in New York City just minutes ago. I mean, this is not a blown transformer, folks. This is way bigger. Holy moly, we're being... I know what this is. It's Project Bluebeam. That's right, Project Bluebeam was deployed in order to prove to people that they've got the ability to project things in the sky. It's geoengineering is what it is. That's right, Zeno. You're absolutely right. Oh, for F's sake. It looks like something. It's the Northern Lights. I think it's the Southern Lights on acid. I don't know. It looks to me like a bad picture, man. Let's take you to the real better picture here. We've got a better photo of this. Yeah, this is good, man. I'm going to add this to my link library tonight for your edification, but this is really serious. Ay, 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 look at this, man. Look at this, man. It's a Project Bluebeam. Yeah, that's what I think it is. They didn't pay her to say that at all. She thought that was funny. And I think it is funny. It is a blown transformer. That was Sarah being funny. I thought that was funny. No, this is something much more nefarious. This is the government planning on making it seem like something's happening when it's not. This is their go-to plan in case the economy falters. A government shutdown automatically triggers Project Bluebeam. This has probably been designed by the Jade 2.0 artificial intelligence system and will be deployed upon humanity shortly. Dave, how do you deal with anger? Well, aside from, my punching bag, my workout bag, I do a little weapons work with my sword. Mostly just a workout bag, yeah. It's John to you. Jon, David John Sponheim. And I'm not on the dark side, I assure you. I am in the light. Yes, sir. We are here today to look at the blue light in the background of the screen. It is definitely freaking me out. David Sponheim, the Vietnam, that was David John Sponheim, John. I'm David John Sponheim, Jon. No. If that was me, then I would be a much older guy with weapons training and at least 20 years in the Air Force as a second sergeant serving in all kinds of areas like Kosovo, and I'm not that guy. Yeah, I'd be extremely dangerous if I were that guy. I'm just dangerous in general. No, he passed away. I know nothing about him other than the fact that he was in the Air Force. Back in 1999, we did a search on the internet. There was no person by the name of David John Sponheim. Back in 2003 and 2004, I did another search. Nothing. 2005, I did another search. It was only until that man actually died, I think it was 2003 or something, they actually posted a picture of his grave. Findagrave.com he popped up on. Otherwise, we would never even known he was in existence. Shanghai's underwater quarry hotel. Let's see what this technology looks like. And we'll get back to you on the strange blue light that was just seen over New York City.
Shanghai is home to some of the tallest buildings on Earth. From the Oriental Pearl to the mega-tall Shanghai Tower, the city is renowned for taking architecture to extreme heights.
Is this a big dinosaur or a little dinosaur?
But just 30 kilometers from the skyline, a truly groundbreaking project is nearing completion. Extending 90 meters down into an abandoned quarry, the 18-story intercontinental Shanghai Wonderland is a structure like no other.
Wow, look at this. I don't think Nina Hartley cares about you, dude. Most porn stars don't track their followers as much as you think they do. Okay, it was Con Edison has exploded. Okay, we've got a serious problem, folks. Sarah was partly right. And I'll get back to this video tonight on the Chinese underwater quarry hotel. Okay, Sarah, it's official. I'll tell her when she gets in. After fire at the Con Ed substation, a giant plume of smoke covered by bright blue light exploded into the night sky on Thursday night in Queens, causing people across New York City to gawk in awe as the authorities scrambled to figure out the cause. The bizarre sight set off a frenzy on social media where people reported power failures at LaGuardia, the airport there. A spokesman for the Federal Aviation Administration said that the ground stop was ordered there around 9:30 because of the power failure, but was lifted around 45 minutes later. The airport then resumed its operations, he said. Yeah, after the power stoppage because of the power failure, the Transportation Authority said in a tweet that number 7 train service had resumed making all stops, but warned of extensive delays in both directions. I wonder if this has something to do with the government shutting down. I mean, I'm amazed they even got through to the FAA, you know? Electric Paisley has a story. Where do you go when you die? Oh. The increasing signs that human consciousness remains after death.
Information stored in the brain at a molecular level. Memories can be stored for lifetimes, yet most proteins in the brain only last minutes.
Actually, your brain lives for about 1 hour after you die. So when he said minutes, he's not accurate there. Your link somewhat explains the blue light. Well, I think the fact that it's about an explosion, yeah, that's pretty accurate. Con Edison did explode. Thanks, Reptoid. Yeah. Well, we found that out in real time. This guy has assumed the identity of an Air Force veteran. I knew he looked like Alfred A. Newman. Wow, you think that I look like Alfred E. Newman? That is utterly absurd. We've been over this, man. I don't know why you keep doing this. I don't look like this guy. Never did. I don't know how you can say that. I don't have big ears. I don't have brown hair. You're making an outrageous assumption there. Plus, I'm not mad. I may be slightly angry, but I'm not mad. So you're saying I look like this guy. I don't. That's just not true. The nose is close. Maybe Alfred E. Newman was a prophecy of some sort, written through the Mad magazine. Maybe they saw the future and they were just dialing in on it. You know, I could have my ears artificially put out like Obama's, like out here. Like have artificial ear surgery so I could... Blue light hashtag on Twitter. Okay, scroll down to the 10th video, shows a huge alien over the blue light area. Okay, now this Con Edison may not just have a an incident with an electric situation. It could also be the dreaded alien attack. We're going through Twitter's feeds to get to the blue alien. Here we go. Is that for real? Is this a joke? Quiet Storm. I'm getting all these feeds, but I'm not seeing the blue alien. Oh, okay. We have confirmation. Very funny. I don't know, is everything funny now because we want to get our mind off of the insanity of the world that we live in? That's why I think it's all turned into kind of a joke to a lot of you. Yeah, I mean, why not make fun of everything? What do you have to lose by actually taking something seriously? All right, I think we're covered. We went over a lot of subjects. It's been good so far. Yeah, I think we have to go through the news, though, to kind of get to where we're at. Consciousness after death, that's hopeful. I guess we'll find out that later. This is great. We're going to put this in our lineup. The Shanghai's Underwater Quarry Hotel. And that's done with. All right. That guy's on the loose near San Quentin. And yes, the border fence, the EU funded wall that nobody wants to talk about. Really, the EU has a wall. The Hungarian minister Viktor Orban's fence, which stops the flow of migrants into Europe. This is a 764-kilometer wall between Turkey and Syria, funded by none other than the European Union. Wow, we didn't talk about this. Pretty interesting, huh? They're building a wall out there, too. I will be casting New Year's Day, yes. I don't know if I'll have the blow-by-blow description of the Rose Parade going on, but I will be casting at 5 o'clock. Michelle has gained a lot of weight, really? Let me take a look. Michelle Obama, 2018. Blow-by-blow descriptions of the parade. Yep. We'll see who's doing blow and who's not. I don't see any big woman pictures here, you know. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm seeing well-dressed, big tranny. The, you know, very, very much, yeah, very transsexual look. Is Michelle Obama a hermaphrodite? Does anybody know? I don't go to church on Sunday. No, I'm not religious. I do have a spiritual time that I spend with myself, but that is pretty big. And you know, when you take down the restriction of images, I think we could honestly say that Michelle Obama has gained a lot of weight. Pictures don't lie, dude. Right. She's planning on having another test tube baby. I heard that she claims that she had her babies in vitro implanted, even though there's not one single image of Michelle pregnant anywhere. You are evil, and you will be removed from this face of the earth by God and sent to hell for your evil, sick thoughts. I'm referring to guest 17491314, who will now be logged down in the history, in the annal of histories, in the history of anals. All right. Whoa, now you're talking. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, baby. What the heck? This has got to be some Photoshop work that's gotten a little out of control. Okay, we're now leaving this subject because I don't want to mischaracterize the former First Lady / man or whatever. That is not an accurate picture. That's been Photoshopped, folks. I'm not sure how they did it, but they did it. Okay? That's huge. Very Photoshopped. Behemoth. I do believe that Pee Wee Herman was caught in the act of being at a adult theater. I don't know if he was framed. I don't know what he was into. I don't really care. Yeah, I don't think it's important what Pee Wee Herman was doing at that theater, 20 years ago? So they're building a fence in Hungary.
They built it. The EU funded it.
The EU funded it. They built this city to have a fence. And the president and the first lady celebrated part of their holiday assisting NORAD with calls from children. Did you see this?
No. I mean, I looked at it briefly, just like that much.
What are you going to do for Christmas?
That is so fake. I just think that's ridiculous. And look at the body language. She obviously doesn't want to be talking to him. Her legs are in the different direction. I think we should just pick apart every single picture, you know. It's like, let's just stop riding the Trumps. Let's just let them be who they are. Greedy people. And then we'll figure out the damage they've conducted over the past 3 years or 2 years. She's very pretty. So, yes, Sarah is too. We're back here to talk about Santa's and his sleigh. I think Santa's sleigh was powered by a nuclear fusion reaction. Okay, Sarah's going to give you some time in the show. I'm going to bring in a background that will be appropriate.
No, I haven't given Amber any catnip.
We won't be adding anybody to the show tonight?
That was kind of freaky a little bit.
I know.
have to admit.
Or would you prefer the drone that we have on staff to do any of our videotaping? We have the drone in case we want to do a selfie at any time. Just to open up our eyes to the world around us, we try to give you special effects as well. You know, I never set up Skype. I'll have to do that tonight. I'll be back after I have some dinner.
Oh, a remote worker, huh? If you want $10,000 to move to Vermont, get your application ready now. Last spring, the state said it would offer $10,000 to remote workers who put down roots in Vermont. I'm not a remote worker, though. Get your applications ready. The state will begin accepting applications on New Year's Day. The grants will be given out on a first-come, first-served basis, according to an Agency of Commerce and Community Development spokeswoman. It will pay remote workers $10,000 to move to Vermont. Be sure to read the fine print. The $10,000 is not a lump sum. It's 2 payments of up to $5,000 over 2 years. You can't already live in Vermont. Darn, you have to move away and then go back to Vermont. That's kind of sad. No, you must move to Vermont on or after January 1st. The money does not cover moving expenses, computer equipment, broadband access, or membership in a co-working space. Yes, you have to buy your own coat. It is cold there. It does snow there. If you're still interested, you can submit an application and visit the program's website. By the way, there's another article from the Burlington Free Press. Those were both from the Burlington Free Press in Vermont. Vermont's population is unlikely to grow anytime soon, even with the $10,000 incentive. Vermont's population stood at 626,299 people as of July 1st, 2018. That's an increase of 1,775 people since 2017. It's the largest increase in this decade. It's a 0.3%. Since the 2010 census count, Vermont's population has only increased by 0.1%. Only 3 states grew more slowly than Vermont: Connecticut, Illinois, and West Virginia. Illinois and West Virginia have fewer people than they did in their previous census. If it wasn't for international immigrants, the population in Vermont would have been a lot less than it actually is. Okay, he is an associate professor of, the guy who wrote the article is an associate professor of economics at the University of Vermont. All right, $10,000. You must already be, you probably should already have a job that is a remote worker to move to Vermont to get that $10,000. It's probably like, they say $5,000, but that's probably just your property taxes deferred. Something like that. Anyway, they want you so badly in Vermont. I've never been to Vermont, and I kind of want to visit there. Maybe I would move there. I mean, you have to go there with money to live to start with, but I've always liked their covered bridges in Vermont. But there is 6 years, there's a reason that they have covered bridges. Because it snows so much there that they have to protect the bridges from the snow. Do I really want to look at this picture? I don't. That's a photoshopped image. Yeah, that's definitely photoshopped. Just part of it's photoshopped. So both? Yeah, it's cold in Vermont. I don't really like the snow. Sorry, Vermont. But, the difficult thing about Vermont is that there's no major highways through Vermont. I do like sushi sometimes, yes. Maybe we could move to Vermont and build a main road through Vermont into Canada. From like upstate New York through Vermont into like, I think Maine's next to it, or New Hampshire. New Hampshire, there we go. If we did some kind of road connection, that might be good. I've never fed Amber macaroni and cheese. I'll leave this open. Maybe David wants to be a remote worker in Vermont. Let's look at the application, shall we? Pop-up blocked. Open in a new tab. A new remote worker must be an individual who is a full-time employee as defined by the employer and who receives a W-2 from their employer and is employed by a business with its domicile or primary place of residence outside of Vermont. So you can't be a remote worker working for a Vermont company. And you already have to be a full-time worker. So you can't just say, I want to be a remote worker and I want to move to Vermont. The new remote worker must become a full-time resident of Vermont, must perform the majority of their employment duties remotely from a home office or co-working space in Vermont. They must have incurred qualifying remote worker expenses. Like they actually have to incur costs actual costs a new remote worker incurred for relocation to Vermont and or one or more of the following that are necessary to perform their employment duties that are not already reimbursed by their employer: computer software or hardware, broadband access or upgrade, membership in a co-working or similar space. So, you're eligible to receive a reimbursement grant. So basically, you won't get $10,000 to move to Vermont. They will simply reimburse you for your moving expenses and your costs of being a remote worker if you move to Vermont. Yeah. So you don't actually get, it's not a benefit really. Thank you, 622. 622 said I did well cooking at Christmas. Yeah, it's unlikely that this application is for 1 year only, 2019. There's a limit of 1 remote worker grant per household. Yeah, so that's interesting. Yeah, so the whole thing is you might get compensated for moving to Vermont, but it's just reimbursing things that you pay. So you have to pay out of pocket first. Yes, you should, Shadow, yes, you should invite Misanthropy down to Spider's house with you just to get out of his house for a little bit and spend some quality time outside of his house. No, I don't know anyone from the Bronx currently. Where do you go when you die? The increasing sign that human consciousness remains after death. Oh, thank you for the pictures of the, are these pictures Vermont's covered bridges? I wouldn't mind driving through there just to see some cool covered bridges. Oh, this is all of the covered bridges. Oh. Oh, I guess they do have some major roads through Vermont. It's just a matter of going there. The Silk Road covered bridge. Burlington's way up there. 87. Okay, never mind. That I didn't realize. I've always just bypassed it. I've always bypassed Vermont, but I could take a side road up there. They have it going up into Canada and then down into New Hampshire. Pretty good. File not found, Shadow. That's okay. Alright, I enjoy cooking on Christmas. David's gonna say, why are you looking at covered bridges, Sarah? Hardware robbers were thwarted by several armed bystanders. Wow. A 12-year-old boy survived an avalanche that buried him for 40 minutes. Century-old shipwreck was unearthed on Jersey Shore. Wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, it must have a weird address. That was Tiny URL. Okay, no worries. Here, I'll show you guys this. Maybe David didn't get rid of. Even though David got rid of it. This is a 25-foot shipwreck dating back to the 1800s. the, wow. That's pretty amazing. It was supposed to have limes to prevent scurvy. A mile and a half north of the lighthouse is where it sank. That's pretty cool. Shipwreck from the 1800s. That is an old shipwreck. Yeah, did you hear about that rare tornado that we had up here? So crazy, John and Cage. That was a crazy time. I'm glad I wasn't anywhere near it, Port Orchard. They did say there has been another... There have been tornadoes that hit here in the past, I guess. Put on my angry face? I don't think I have an angry face. I don't know. There.
So, I think everybody needs some practical advice on how to get a job. They asked about that.
Oh.
And I thought you'd be the best person to answer those questions.
Okay.
Just, you have some knowledge in this area.
My first advice is to get a LinkedIn account.
Okay, there you go.
Because really, jobs are about networking. And the second piece of advice I have about finding a job, well, really, if you want just any job, just go door to door and ask, are you hiring? Is actually create a resume, print up like 25 copies of your resume, go door to door and say, are you hiring? I can fill out an application, or here's a resume, and hand them your resume. And that will definitely get you at least a minimum wage job. Then, if you are looking for a better job than minimum wage, do a little research. Determine what do you really want to do? What company do you want to work for? And contact them and say, hey, I really like your company. I like what you stand for. Are there any positions available? And I disagree with you, 462. If you're past high school, you should keep trying. But it is about networking. If you're past high school, especially, get a LinkedIn account and build up you also need to build up your repertoire of things that you're capable of doing. One way to do that is through volunteering. Oftentimes volunteering can turn into employment opportunities. And I agree with Chatroom Celebrity. Chatroom Celebrity said, I advise applying for things that you might think are out of your league. You never know. If you never know. They might need someone with your skill set. There was an issue, there was actually a recent LinkedIn article and a recent article on, I believe it was NPR, about ghosting has hit the office. People are so desperate for employees. David and I had this discussion. He thinks unemployment is really still high. And meanwhile, I've heard about articles where that people are constantly looking for new things and what they really want to do, and they actually just find other employment and then leave their current job. And so if you're a person that's loyal and stick to it, you'll definitely be able to get a job and do well. Yeah, and if you're at a current job and you find like you're at a job, but then there's something that, say your manager, you see how you can climb up, speak up if you're interested in the position. It doesn't hurt to say, hey, what kind of qualifications do I need for that position? Can I get that position and then get the qualifications too? Because sometimes that's not going to happen necessarily, Jive Turkey. They probably won't. Here's the thing, somebody's like, what if the manager says no? And Jive Turkey's like, get the job of your dreams and get fired for no reason. I mean, you guys are going with this idea of fear of rejection. You know, the worst thing that can happen is they say no. Okay, then you'll be in the same position that you're in now. Did you lose anything? No. So it doesn't hurt to ask. It does not hurt to ask. The thing is that, yes, just like asking a girl out, it does not hurt to ask. The worst thing that can happen is you're in the same position you are now. Oh well, move on and try again. John, you're so right. You'll never go on a date if you never actually speak to someone that you want to date. And it's normal to be scared. Here's my advice if you're scared. Feel the fear and do it anyway. Here's another piece of thing is, wouldn't it be great is when you encounter a new situation, your heart beats a little bit faster, you get the energy that you need to go out and do your best, your eyes dilate, you become more aware of what's going on. That's fear. Change fear to excitement. They're very, very similar. Feel the fear, do it anyway. Worst thing that can happen is you're in the same situation you are now. No, harassment is when you are repeatedly if you say something repeatedly unwanted. If you don't know if somebody wants to go on a date and you ask them if they want to go on the date and they say no, and then you continue to ask them, that's harassment. If you ask them once and they say no, okay, now you know, not harassment. Xenu, that's not necessarily going to happen. The worst thing that can happen is people just say no. Okay. Rejection. You're still in the same situation you were before. Yes, you're rejected, but you learned something. You learned the job that's not meant for you. Oh, I don't know about that one, scissor fight. Exactly, IB on that. Exactly. You can walk up to a girl and say, would you like to have a coffee with me? Can I buy you a cup of coffee? Or can I buy you a drink of your choice? Oh my goodness. It definitely wouldn't work for getting a job, John. The whole point is you would get to know that person, Jive Turkey. Hello, Real Ranger. But really, if you, another thing about employment, find the job that you really want and then get the qualifications that you need to work at that job. Oh, you helped someone fix their controller the other day and Steam refuses to forget your settings and now your controller is messed up? Maybe you can email Steam. Yeah, I think I'm gonna mute you, I Love Fries. Actually, I know I'm going to purge you. I don't know. It's Anthropy. They don't have good customer service. Oh. Well, then you could ask her one more time, would you go with me after finals are over? And if she still says no, then just drop it. Oh, Shadow wants you to know, Miss Anthropy, that he's moving in with Spider. Wait, what? I thought you were going to go visit Spider, not move in with him or her. And he's inviting you to go with him to move in with Spider. I wouldn't say to move in with him, but you can go visit him or her, whoever Spider is. That's okay, 462. You're right. If you walked away, that's fine. Because then if she really was interested in you, she would ask you after she was done with finals. Like in a tent, Miss Anthropy? Maybe into my neighbor's yard, but I don't think David would go for anyone in his yard. Well, the second attempt you could say is crucial, but then the second attempt could be seen as harassment. Oh, depending on people. Strange. Oh, okay. My sister was camped in a tent on my property once, and David was upset because I told her she could camp in a certain spot, and then anyway. But I not sip coffee, Shadow. I would be sipping hot cocoa. I don't drink coffee. You treated yourself to a Samsung watch. I hope it goes well. Huh. That's interesting. 462. North Carolina, John. He does jive. No. I haven't done anything really for New Year's Eve. Well, one year I went to watch fireworks in our local town, which was kind of cool. Yes, Zeno, so I don't have to listen to him talk about politics every morning when he wakes up like he did today. I will say that he waited for like half an hour this morning. He was talking about other things first. No, I did not agree to that, I Love Fries. Oh, love for Houston, 827. Well, if the house was all set up for that, then where he didn't have to do anything and you could just watch David chill, that would be kind of cool. Oops. But then you'd say, David's just chilling. Wow. He doesn't have any sins, I'd be on that. That's what he would say. David is awesome. That was cool about the century-old shipwreck on the Jersey Shore. Even though judges say that Trump's Department of Justice lawyers must work, Trump's lawyers say they won't work in the middle of the shutdown.
Oh, they won't work. Good. Well, that's good. At least they're cutting back. That's nice. It took this long to cut back on expenses. Well, maybe both parties will figure out we need to cut the cost of government. I wish they would both get on the same page, you know. Okay, I'm going to open up this computer and I'm going to download Skype on this. I haven't done it yet. All right. Yeah.
Wow.
Good.
Some mom hid her daughter's diabetes diagnosis from family and from doctors until it was too late.
Oh my gosh. And mom turns herself in. The daughter died, I assume.
I'm assuming.
You can die from diabetes attack, insulin shock. Missing cruise ship entertainer searching a 20-year-old Royal Caribbean cruise ship crew member who went overboard near Puerto Rico. Wow. Really?
Wow, in 2018, more police officers died from gunfire than traffic incidents.
Wow, that's interesting. Well, hopefully they stop chasing cars. That'd be a big savings. Cars are costing people, civilians, lives, deaths, the whole thing. Horrible. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, besides me, he's been thinking about talking to you. No, Isla Fries, we did like a 10 or 12 hour show one time and that was way too much. Yeah, Jason. That's pretty funny.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Now, the commercial whaling that Japan is going to now do is shocking a lot of people. If they're thinking, well, is this going to be a new thing where they're going to just start re-whaling in areas that they were not whaling in?
I don't know.
That's the thing. They're going to start whaling again. Okay. Okay, Service Host is trying to execute changes in your browser. Oh, it wants me to become a Google Chrome. Okay, I'm going to get rid of McAfee as a technology. It comes bundled with all kinds of computers now, and I just don't think, with all the free programs that are out there.
Okay.
I'll get rid of it.
New computers do come bundled with bloatware. 2018, the year in ideas. Here's a review of the ideas of 2018.
Wow.
From the foremost thinkers of thoughts in America, including David Sponheim. No.
Yeah, really. It'd be, I saw an assessment of everything, including the Stormy Daniels accusations and all the claims that Trump didn't do anything wrong, and then all the obvious truths showing that he did. It's just been one heck of a year. It's like up and down the bunny trail. McAfee cuts off, really? Yeah. Oh, I don't think he did. I think he said he was going to do that. But he didn't do that. And we don't talk about him anyway. His company was sold from under him. Okay. He sold that company. I'm going to work over here with this.
I'll move.
Oh, okay. Then you want to take... Yeah, if you could keep doing the show. I just have to work on this laptop here.
David wants me to keep doing the show.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
What if the antivirus companies were the ones creating the virus?
Yeah, what if they were? Yeah, you think?
Indeed.
You wonder,
And Misanthropy says they do create the viruses.
Yeah.
True. That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, so that they can come in and save the day. It's kind of like the people that get paid to
Well, an example, you go ahead.
The people that get paid to blow up buildings in order to get paid to rebuild the buildings.
Yeah. Yeah, we're hoping that my 200-point plan for 2019, yeah. I think we can condense it down to 10, but Kaspersky, I downloaded one of the first Kaspersky antiviral programs ever built. They literally burned the DVDs or CDs in Russia. And I put it on a computer, and it worked great for the first year, except it timed out. It wouldn't work after 1 year, and there was nothing on the box that said it was only good for 1 year. 1997, all right? That was back then.
Sears may be down to its last 24 hours.
Oh.
The retailer will likely liquidate if no bid comes in tomorrow.
So Sears may be
How
finally
much do you
closing.
want to bid for Sears?
I would bid. I could.
$2,000.
Yeah, really. We should bid $2,000 for Sears and then take over.
The company's last shot at survival is a $4.6 billion proposal put forward by Chairman Eddie Lampert.
Well, the chair and all the others are going to get $25 million in bonuses upon this bankruptcy. That's kind of suspicious.
There's more than 68,000 employees.
Wow.
At Sears.
It's a lot to be laid off. Yeah, 68,000 people, and you wonder if they'll ever get a pension.
I did go to JCPenney. I like JCPenney. It was okay. I got a couple of things there.
HIJK Kaspersky. Let's see, we're going to go to, yeah.
ESL
McAfee
Investments is the only party offering to buy Sears as a whole. Without that or another one like it, liquidators will break the company into pieces.
Oh, yeah, it will. And all that property you'd think would be the asset, but it's not. Many of those buildings are still leased.
There's an auction against liquidation bids on January 14th for Sears.
Yeah, I'm not in the mood to buy Sears right now.
Yeah. Sears was once great. You know, one of the things that made them great is being kind of like Amazon is today, a mail order company. That was what made them great. And then the fact that they just got so bloated and kind of big on themselves.
Yeah.
They were, some ways it was a good thing, but they were a company that didn't give out a lot of credit. If you had a Sears card, then you had the best credit.
Yeah, that was the big Sears card. Was that and Diners Club were the first credit cards.
Are Craftsman's tools still under warranty? They were supposed to be under warranty for life. That was another thing that Sears had. They sold Craftsman tools a warranty for life. If you break it, you can still have it. My dad has a tool that must be older than I am, or at least as old as I am.
Yeah.
They had, Craftsman was known for its really good.
Yeah, they're really good products.
Yeah, the makeup and perfume, though, was not necessary. Hello, Winchell. Stocks are going wild. His confidence is falling. Oops, I should do the other one. So there was a 600-point drop, but then it closed 250 points higher, adding to the gains from the previous session, the 1,000-day gains. Wow, it gained 1% today. Yeah, I don't think it says the stock market's wild ride is far from over. I'm so sorry. Is it possible to get another controller? I'm so sorry, Miss Antropy. You have $6,000 worth of tools? That's how you're able to make those awesome pens. Well, maybe Craftsman will be a separate company and will continue.
Yeah, you can, yeah, definitely. Let's start this up.
Venezuela murder rate has dropped because the violent criminals have left Venezuela. Oh joy, where are they heading?
Yeah, that's nice. That's great.
And 1,000 migrants were released in Texas and New Mexico.
Into the general population?
Yes, they're dropped off some in El Paso.
Okay, this was a call from Eddie earlier. Let's see if Eddie's still calling. Go ahead. Yeah. Hey, is this Eddie? Eddie? Yeah, what's up? What's your question? No. Wow. Jeez. Okay, I got rid of that. I'll get rid of the other one. And I'm going to download Skype. Hi, Winchell. Yeah, we're just going to get into
Facebook's secret rulebook for global political speech.
Facebook has a global rulebook for speech. How do they define what free speech is?
I don't know. This is by Max Fisher.
That's
Menlo
too bad.
Park. Let's see.
Want to read that and then just put it on screen, or just want to read it?
The social network has drawn criticism. You want me to put it on screen?
Well, it does help for others to look at the page so that it makes you look more like professional.
It makes me look professional.
Yeah.
Even though, whatever I am. There's a business problem. Okay, the Facebook, which makes about $5 billion in profit per quarter, has to show that it's serious about removing dangerous content. And they also has to attract more users from more countries and try to keep them on the site longer. They need to always be growing. What happens when they run out of people?
Okay.
All right.
They have a firewall installed here. McAfee does. I think we'll leave it.
Okay.
But if we get one more pop-up screen saying our subscription is out, then we'll get rid of it. If the firewall is enough, if they continue to harass us, then okay. Let's get into another. I'm going to download Skype.
Every other Tuesday morning, several dozen Facebook employees gather over breakfast to come up with rules, hashing out what the site's 2 billion users should be allowed to say.
That's ridiculous.
Free speech much?
Yeah, exactly. Free speech much? What the hell's wrong with these Facebook people? They actually think they can define what people can write about on their network?
Then they have 7,500, over 7,500 moderators around the world.
Oh my gosh.
Free speech much?
Why don't you just park in Russia and just intercept those people from coming in here? Yeah, downloads.
Wow. They gave the Times, the New York, or wait, who's this from? From the New York Times. They gave the New York Times 1,400 pages from the rule books by an employee who said he feared the company was exercising too much power with too little oversight and making too many mistakes. Wow. They've allowed extremist language to flourish in some countries while censoring mainstream speech in others.
Mm-hmm.
Just go with free speech. Anyway, moderators were once told, for example, to remove fundraising appeals for volcano victims in Indonesia because a co-sponsor of the drive was on Facebook's internal list of banned groups. In Myanmar, a paperwork error allowed a prominent extremist group accused of fomenting genocide to stay on the platform for months. In India, moderators were mistakenly told to take down comments critical of religion.
Wow. Talk about controlling and filtering dialogue. This is ridiculous. We have not done the Tor browser because, in case you didn't know, Angela, it was started by the Navy and the FBI. They collaborated in a fusion project to develop the Tor browser. It's not something we would choose to go on for anonymity. I mean, there's other ways of browsing the internet without going on Tor. But what do we have to worry about? We're just openly downloading on the internet here. They even know who we are, just from our dial-up, from our computer. It's not like you have any privacy on the internet. You have to dial in through Google or Hotmail now just to get online. Half the computer systems and browsers require it. When you buy a new computer, you have to dial up to Windows Hotmail in order to activate the computer. Kind of amazing, isn't it? Not a lot of control has been built into these things. When the Pentium 1 chip came out, there was a big controversy that there was an embedded code hardwired into the chip memory that would give backdoor access to the federal government. Well, it turns out that they got rid of that, but the federal government installed some software code in the startup sequence of your computer, which you can't even remove. So your computer is hackable from the NSA's perspective. Every one of them out there is. And there's nothing you can do to defend that against that, which is bizarre. Yeah, DuckDuckGo is a good search engine. That's pretty safe. StartPage is good too. But there's startup code in the middle of your startup sequence that you cannot possibly intercept. Oh, you like pneumatic tools. Yeah, I bet. Rebuilding engines can't be too easy there. That's amazing. You patched 6 tires and changed oil and a fan belt? Good for you. That's better than nothing, yeah. CoinHive is what Mark uses. It's not quite like it. No, CoinHive, you just simply, it downloads into your computer through your video operating system, and you're in the web page. And I've got 2 browsers that won't even run Vaughn because they say it's just unsafe. Huh. Windows just said that I have an illegal app attacking my computer, an executable, and
that's because you just downloaded something.
yeah, and you'd think Windows would recognize an app that Skype is run by Microsoft. Windows just recognized an app that is owned by Microsoft and said it was an illegal app. Talk about ridiculous.
Well, they're probably in with like what Facebook is doing, where they don't understand what they're doing.
Ironically, you can go on my computer on any browser and go to coolrock.com and see CoolRock, but it will tell you it's an unsafe site because we simply don't have HTTPS. Now, there's a product out there that'll take all of your browsers and convert them to HTTPS everywhere. And I will give you a picture of what that is. This is offered on every browser out there. This is the Chrome browser page. So you can actually download this to your Chrome browser, and every page will be HTTPS friendly. It creates a veritable VPN for you to actually look at any particular web page, even if it's like http/coolrock. So they also have them for Firefox, and so it basically creates a safe site if you want to bypass on CoolRock. You have CoolRock in high definition? Excellent. All right. Thanks for downloading.
Putin is planning to set up a nuke bomber base in the Caribbean island, and he declares he has a new hypersonic weapon that's impossible to intercept.
That's why I said that Russia is fanning the flames of war by doing this. This constant ego battle of who's got the bigger weapons, and Putin's been driving this for a long time. I don't think Trump has pushed it as much as Putin. You like Maxon, really? That's cool. So it's down there. It's not a page. So that's cool. I don't want to Skype Insignia anyway. I only want to go on it when I want to. So let's go to.
A SWAT officer ends an hours-long standoff by singing "White Christmas" to the suspect.
Very long White Christmas song. White Christmas. I saw a wonderful rendition of the White Christmas the other night by an African American group. It was very good. I don't know. Aren't they all neo-Nazis, those suspects? Okay.
Wow.
Good, that was quick. Bitguard goes on.
Beep beep bot beep. Okay, that's kind of cute. So a SWAT member sang "White Christmas" and then took the person into custody. And the DA handed out cookies to the SWAT people. Oh, a new study. Shocking. Surgeons make significantly more mistakes when they're under stress. Wow. So next time you have to have a surgery, ask, "Doctor, are you stressed out?"
Yeah, really.
Because otherwise, if you are, don't operate on me.
Ask your doctor to take a Valium instead of you.
Doctor,
could you take
you
a
need
Valium?
this more than I do. Take some anesthesia. Laughing gas? It's been a rough year for the universal basic income experiments. I know we've talked about universal basic income. According to Technology Review from MIT, some of the biggest and most promising experiments were plagued by delays and shortcomings. So Silicon Valley likes the idea of a universal basic income. Guys at your apartment knocked for cigarettes 10 times in 2 days. Yeah, don't answer the door if they're trying to knock on your door for cigarettes. All right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to get the audio going here. All right, we're up and running. Okay.
In North America, there are 2 programs, universal basic income programs, that have been functioning for more than 20 years.
Oh, okay.
Wow, what are those? I
think,
wonder what those are.
WICA. Yeah, WICA is a universal income.
Oh, the Alaska Permanent Fund Dividend, of course.
And the Alaska Permanent Fund Dividend. Yeah.
And Baby's First Years Income in the Developing Brain Study
That
that's
helps.
been going on in, wait, that's from 2017.
All the way to 22. They just started this. Yeah, the baby's first years.
New York City, New Orleans,
Going on in test
Omaha.
states. Yeah.
1,000 low-income mothers with newborn babies are receiving that. There's a basic income project that's to be determined in 2019.
Wow. It won't even recognize. Skype is dumbed down so much now, it won't even recognize the mic on the computer. Huh. Unbelievable. Yeah, so it looks like I downloaded it, but I can't get the mic to work.
Oh,
No device found. Isn't that something?
that's weird.
Yeah, you rarely ever see this. It never happened before, but now that Microsoft took it over, you can't even find a device
You
on
go
here.
and find the settings and
It's impossible. If it doesn't find a device on a brand new computer that's run by a Windows program, how absurd is that?
yeah, that is absurd.
Disable that Microsoft program that's blocking it. Yeah, good question. Yeah, I think we're going to have a solution. I think we haven't activated our Windows settings yet. I think we have to activate Windows settings because what it's doing is it's blocking the ability of, wow, activating Windows. Go figure. Actions needed. Firewall and network protection. It says firewall on. Okay, I'm going to have to get rid of McAfee. I think it is McAfee that's causing me all these problems. I'm going to have to get rid of it. Wow. Wait,
Windows does
why
not
did
like
they get
Windows
embedded in every
Defender.
single computer? Can you believe that? They embed these McAfee programs in every computer you buy. Well, I'd prefer Windows Defender, thank you. They actually bought a antivirus program, an entire company, when they bought the Windows 10 Defender.
I don't think David's ever going to switch to Linux. I could someday, but I don't think David ever will.
Well, technically, I should be running a firewall, but yeah. Well, don't blame me for not going to Linux. You're welcome to. We have 3 computers you can install.
I know I could. Well, okay, I'm probably not going to go to Linux either.
Oh, man. Well, that sucks. Yeah, I know. And I'm just wondering why they put it on every computer you buy.
Oh, yes, McAfee, I don't know.
He doesn't even make money. I mean, he sold his company for, what, $80 million? And that was it for him.
Okay, once I get my master's, then maybe I'll look into it, misanthropy. Doesn't it count that I have a Chromebook? What did I experiment with? I experimented with different Linux in the past, different versions of Linux in the past.
There was allegations that McAfee was involved in a murder in Belize, but it was never proven. No one ever pursued it. Could you hand me my coffee, please?
Yes.
Thanks. Removing the firewall. Vice leaked his location. Really, you'd think if there was something that. Oh, so Scissorfight uses Linux Mint. He likes that. I've heard that's good. Yeah. Well, I don't consider Vice News that great. No, John. Vice monetized a video that Scissorfight made. I tried using it on my show, the one where Donald Trump is sniffling a little bit during the debates. Vice claimed it was theirs. And Scissorfight lost his account over that. Yeah, I mean, Vice has way too much power to be legit. Really? That's probably smart to run it on your laptop. Well,
after a year of legal pot sales
in California,
they don't have the bustling industry they expected.
Yeah, well, they made a mistake by tapping their marijuana THC levels can only be as high as 20. And many people want higher than that. So even people who smoke marijuana are going through illegal means to buy it. So already California blew a really good opportunity to follow whatever Washington was doing and say, yeah, let's do what Washington's doing. Oh no! Misanthropy has a story about how Vice went bankrupt. Take a look.
Oh, where?
Let's click on that link and I'll look at it later. Wow, it's having a hard problem.
So there's a new governor in California to be sworn in January.
And who is this?
His name
Gavin
is
Newsom.
Gavin Newsom. He played a large role in the legalization of cannabis. They want to send in bills to provide banking for the pot industry, ease tax burden on retailers, crack down on sales to minors. Wow.
Legalization of marijuana has been bad for pot shop businesses. Well, that's because they didn't roll it out like they should have. It's that simple. Yeah, they're not very competitive, and that's their problem.
Oh, they thought they were going to have like 6,000 cannabis shops licensed, but they've only issued 547 licenses. Wow.
Yeah, if you're paying that amount for 1/8 in California, you're getting ripped off.
No, Isle of Fries, we're not doing that.
We don't do it.
You're lucky that we filmed our cooking on Christmas.
Yeah. And a lot of people are now growing their own in California, I bet. Well, that would be a good reason why sales would be down.
Yeah, so it's legal to grow your own now?
Well, see, if they'd followed Washington, they would not have allowed legal growers in California, but they didn't. We're not allowed to grow legally in our state unless you have a license and apply. And you're only one of the lottery people that get in. Not everyone can grow it. You had to have been in the early run.
I agree with you, Misanthropy. Who can I invest in? Where can I get in on the ground floor? I'm just kidding. I would invest. Well, not really kidding. I would invest in it, even though I will never smoke it.
Well, no, I wouldn't even invest in it because the federal government's still got a barrier out there. Unless we drop the federal legal status,
you can't grow here in Washington.
It is literally a federal crime to grow marijuana, even for you people who are growing it in California right now. It could put you in jail for years and years. There are people right now serving federal jail sentences for growing marijuana, and it's not changed at all. Nothing has changed.
This is for you, Winchell. Yeah, don't do another felony. Like, how many felonies do you have, Winchell? Budweiser's parent company entered a $100 million deal with cannabis.
Yeah, I heard they're really investing in various companies. Marlboro and their affiliate just spent $1.8 billion on an investment in pot growers. So it's a growing industry. It's just California's doing it wrong. Although I'm wondering if allowing you to grow 6 plants per adult has affected the sales in California, because it stands to reason it would.
Yeah, because they don't allow personal growth here in Washington. Here in Washington, you have to have a separate license if you want to be a grower, if you want to be a processor, and if you want to be a retailer. And you can't do all three of those. You can only do one of those. And every single place, it's taxed 25%.
Yeah, you know, they say that the average tax is 42%, but Washington has moved nearly $2 billion in marijuana since they started. And that made the state of California $800 million. That's the state of Washington, rather. The state of Washington, $800 million.
Xenu, I have 2 words for you. Stop. That's my first word. AA. Well, I know. Alcoholics Anonymous. Yes, that's 2 words, but there's your 2 words.
Yeah, you need to definitely
stop drinking $1 malt liquor tall boys and go to an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting.
Yeah, it's not going to help you being a drinker in life. In fact, it's the most addictive thing you could do next to cigarettes, unless you're shooting up heroin or something.
Well, and you're probably good at growing things, scissor fight, so that's good. If more people could grow, then yeah, they wouldn't be making lots of money on it because everybody would just grow their own. Then everybody would need compost. There's money in vermicompost.
We'd love to have.
That's what I should send to Scissor Fight. Some compost.
Vermicompost. Ooh, yeah.
Should send you some.
Would you like some vermicompost?
Man, this stuff grows such good things.
Sarah grows this incredible stuff with red regular worms.
My red regular worms. I love them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It costs more to ship the compost, even if you got a large box.
I know.
You can't. Well, you have tons. Thanks. Okay, good.
All right. I love my vermicompost.
You could write a letter to the Reader's Digest. How I fell in love with vermicompost. A romance with the soil.
Yes, I know.
That would be great.
Toyota wants to put a robot friend in every home.
Oh yeah, Cortana. I don't know.
Toyota.
Who are we talking about? Cortana?
Toyota, the
Toyota.
car company.
Oh, because every time I thought you meant Cortana, because Cortana, every time I ask her, she says, you know,
I can learn to understand you much better if I can get familiar with the way you talk. I need your permission to help.
I told her she can go to hell anytime she wants. I said, go to hell, Cortana, go to hell. And it just, I can't get it to go past that.
Because he always says no thanks.
I just say go to hell, yeah, go to hell. Permission granted, go to hell.
The human support robot is the machine the automaker sees as closest to making the leap from the lab to the living room.
I can't wait. The lab to the living room.
Well, oh, this is their picture of it. That's their robot. Right here.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. That looks really unorthodox.
Yeah.
Not really user-friendly. It looks like a rolling cart with a
with
a
some
laptop
kind of
on it.
grabber hands. It has a grabber hand.
Yeah. Got no microphone.
I know. A dirty story. Compost dirty. I don't like Rainbow Dash that much. I'm sorry, Scissor Fight. I know you really like My Little Pony. Just because I know what My Little Pony is doesn't mean I really like it. I don't know, Xenu. I don't do. How much do I do? 0. Sorry, I just got a little.
Yeah, see?
No, I don't see. Oh.
We never got a valid digital ID with this computer.
What?
Yeah.
Maybe I do have one.
It would have to be in a file in a box.
In
or
the
something.
box.
Yeah. That might be the problem, but I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway.
What do you want me to do?
Well, we can't really find a microphone on Skype, but I did get that far as downloading the program, but that's all I got. So what we need to do is activate.
There you go.
Oh. So the program had to actually ask its own memory for the activation key. It didn't do that automatically. It said, hi, I need to be activated. I don't have an activation key. And of course it had one on its own, but it didn't. No, Sarah has not cut her hair. She's got great hair.
I cut it in spring break.
It's 1 foot down from where it was, yeah. but
April.
It's growing again.
Ish.
So very nice hair. You're going to make that special conditioner. You want to get the recipe online, right?
Yeah, it's called
Queen of
Hungary water.
Queen of Hungary water to put in your hair. They say it helps keep your hair remaining youthful. No, she didn't sell the hair. She stored it for later purposes. I'm concerned about people using the strands for profit. Yeah, each strand of Sarah's hair could be worth tons of money. Like, you can imagine Mark selling it online.
Yes, I activated David. No, I haven't activated him yet, actually.
We haven't actually got past the fact that the Skype system can't actually identify the audio system in here. But other than that, it's great. I'm thinking I should unload Skype and reload it. That's one workaround.
Okay.
I am still under warranty.
Aren't you?
I'm on, but going to my settings, I can't get audio to work. See? Dead.
Learn more.
Well, you're welcome to learn more. I've seen that we can switch positions here. You can dig in a little bit.
Okay, good.
I've never seen a computer not recognize. I'm from Culver City too. Hey, we should hang out. Let's go down to the Lincoln Boulevard and hang out at the 50s Cafe. Are they still there? The 50s Cafe? That was the hangout in Venice, yeah. You're obsessed with Hask henna placenta conditioning treatment. You know, I really don't need the definition of a terrorist. I don't really even like using the word. I'm not going to ask Cortana anything. Last time I asked her something, she said, go to hell. And I said, sure, go to hell. But nothing. Well, I want to see if the 50s Cafe is even in existence in Venice. It's my old stomping ground. I love that area. Oh, they closed. Oh.
Settings, privacy.
It was a great place to hang out. They closed down. Wow. Okay. Oh well. All the favorite places closed down in LA. Hey, America's top diplomat, Mike Pompeo, piously promotes the rapture. Pity it's evangelical nonsense, because I'd love to see the look on his face when he's left behind for being an accessory after the fact of the murder and dismemberment of Jamal Khashoggi. And this is, I'm just reading a tweet. Let's take a look at this.
It was a remarkable moment. We are blessed to live in Kansas where there are so many people that understand that. We will continue to fight these battles. It is a never-ending struggle until that moment Pastor Fox spoke about, until the rapture. Be part of it. Be in the fight.
Microphone. Okay, she's activating. So yeah, this is a very pious man who is now our Secretary of State, former director of the CIA.
It just takes reading.
Kansas understands Jesus, yeah. I'm not part of the Rolling 20s now. Well, the fact that Mike Pompeo is religious doesn't bother me. I believe in freedom of religion and I support that, but it is rather pious of him to talk about it publicly in a political forum. But whatever. There's no real, it says natural placenta in it, but they're not really using baby extract. It says the placenta extracts derived from animal placenta. Do you really think I would put animal placenta on my hair? Skype Windows 10 app, new version tutorial. I think we're good. Sarah figured it out. But I'll keep I'll keep it as a backup.
Video today,
how do I access it now? That I like, where do I find it now?
Well, if you open up Opera, open up our Bond channel.
No, I'm
go right here, and you since there's no plug, I just go down here and hit the S button. That kind of keeps our main page empty of any. See right there. And we are on the VPN.
So then where were we? Where do you?
And to get audio, you simply go here and go to settings. And then audio video right there. And yes, it's picking us up perfectly. It's got the Samsung too. And you can test the mic here by testing the audio. That's weird.
Okay, let me check something else.
That might be the wrong audio.
Speakers, it says Samsung Go Mic. Wait.
It's using our Go Mic as speakers. That's not right. That's got to change. It's got to be the Realtek, yeah. That works. Let's crank the volume over here. Take it up higher. Still kind of low. Yeah, anyway, it's kind of low if we do take calls. All right, I will give you this link if you want to just keep it. Or better yet, let's not. I am not a robot, Robert. I am human. I just spell my name differently than you.
Okay, so you're done.
Human.
So I go in here.
Yeah.
Is it this one or is it the other one?
It doesn't matter. Either one.
Well, this one has capital T and capital P, and this one has lowercase, and they're two different things.
Okay, whichever one you prefer. Let's start. The top one is the most recent. And we'll just, I guess, invite a conversation or start a conversation. Not sure where that is. You want the human to look at your link? Okay. This is a new antivirus program called ESET Nod 32 Antivirus. I'd never seen this. This is different. Is it free? It's cost a lot of money. I don't want to go there. Don't you realize all these people want to take your money? God, why do you...
You have the link already?
We'll set the Go mic as default, yeah.
Or do you need the link?
Share link to join the room, yeah. And just put it... And then copy to clipboard. And then go into the room, and I'll post a link to this tutorial on how to handle YouTube. And go through the Opera browser. And just type in Vaughn. That should get you there. Or the pop-out chat.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever. It's
Jesus.
Got it. It's already there.
Well, you won't go to... No, that uses CoinHive. It immediately starts hijacking your browser. You have to go to pop-out chat. Don't worry about it. Just go into the chat room right now since you've hooked up CoinHive already. CoinHive's already activated. No, I'll get it.
I got it already.
Okay.
Let me just hit paste.
Okay, there you go. She's going to paste in the room, and I'm going to paste back. And go ahead and grab that link, that YouTube link that I just sent in. Thank you. That's a tutorial on how to work Skype on Windows 10. See how we're working technology tonight? Isn't this great? I don't know if Opera, I think it does have a plugin. I use VPNs, yeah. I have a VPN over there. I don't have a VPN through this system because I'm Ethernetted and I'm not using Skype. And none of my access points are seen. They're hidden. I know. So I just had an epiphany. Apparently, Washington is doing so well because we don't allow people to grow it themselves. That could affect the marketability of the product. I know a lot of you want to grow it yourself. I don't blame you.
All right.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night, Sarah. Thank you so much for helping. I left you a piece of steak in there if you want to have it.
Oh, I thought you were going to have it.
It's just a little too much for me. Didn't need all that meat.
Okay.
But if you want it, you can have it. I'll eat it if you don't want it.
Oh, I'll eat it.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, I have tried those mushrooms at the market. They're pretty good. They taste very good when you saute them in butter. I've tried mushrooms, yeah. Portobellos, they're good. Oh yeah, we've got one Pacific Redwood. Yeah, don't become a dope head, dope. You're already a malt liquor addict. Now you want to become a mushroom head?
All right, today is December 27th, 2018, and right now it's 7:30 p.m. We have a temperature of 44 degrees in the foothills of Los Angeles. The relative humidity is 52%.
52%? That's kind of wet down there. You could probably get one of those humidifiers and draw water out of the air. That's one Pacific Redwood. He is a big Trump supporter, even though Trump's never said anything about chemtrails once. But we'll play his video tonight. Definitely. Thank you for the link. I just keep waiting for him to wake up. It takes forever for people to wake up. Yeah, Trump doesn't care about it, the air quality or air pollution. He's not really tuned in on that. Yeah, that was great. I'm glad we had that little session with Sarah on the technology, and she helped me with Skype, and it was awesome. Now, for all of you transgender supporters and LGBTQ people, we will provide the broadcast in a gender non-specific way so that you don't think for 1 second that I'm a male or anyone like that. Yes. Yes. I want everyone to know that I am very comfortable in my own gender. I don't think your moon is made of anything because you don't have any proof we went there. No, we're not talking about psilocybin now. But I'll tell you something. I don't believe that psilocybin is physically addictive. I look more like Max Headroom. That's pretty funny. Well, that's because Max Headroom was written about me. I preceded Max Headroom by 2 years. I did a comedy routine in 1978 at the Comedy Store for one night, in which I engaged in the same exact shtick as Max Headroom. Really interesting. I used to say to people, you know, that guy looks a lot and acts like me. No! They said, David, you are Max Headroom. You got to be kidding me. How did they know? Well, they saw your act. Heck, I could even be George W. Bush if you give me the right makeup. God, he must have been constipated. May his soul rest in peace. He is no longer in the pain of constipation. Hey, at least we're not like her. Ocasio-Cortez. I uncovered some pretty weird stuff about her. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Here is the news story that we got on Ocasio-Cortez. Not only does she look like Eva Abadan, the spitting image of Eva Abadan, but guess what else? Time's up. No more guessing. Eva Abadan stopped tweeting at the exact same time Ocasio-Cortez started tweeting. I'm going to give you a link. You can read all the different eyewitness support of my statement just now. Here it is. Check it out. Eva Abadan is the sister of Uma Abadan, the alleged lesbian lover of Hillary Clinton. She's definitely a commie, or she calls herself a democratic socialist, but I believe that she's the same person. Yeah, so Hillary Clinton knew that Chelsea wouldn't run for president, right? They're already talking about getting Ocasio to run for president, even though she's 29. And she just said that Congress has 3 branches of government. I'm sorry, Congress only has 2. Yeah, the Senate and the House. That's who she is. So very likely Ocasio is just Hillary's plant into the Bronx political structure, because Hillary and Bill have a lot of power in New York. Yeah, they've been living in New York for a long time. You know what I mean? You know, I don't know Coke, okay? You drug addicts, you know all about Coke. You probably hang out with Scarface or something, you know? I'm not into Coke. I don't do no powder. I'm not a powder user. You people are Coke heads. You would know. I don't know this. All I know that, like Donald Trump, for instance, somebody accused him of being into, snorting something. I have never seen him do that myself. Okay? We have, however, seen him sniffle quite a bit. And we've got, serious sniffling video. The look of sniffles is in your eyes tonight. Now, I can't play more than 9 seconds of this because, like I said, Vice wants to monetize video that Scissor Fight created. They've already tried to monetize it on our show. They contacted YouTube and said, no, this is our video. You can't take it from us. It's like, geez, really? Scissor Fight spent like 5 hours editing this piece, and then he got banned off of YouTube.
All right, Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes. How do you heal the divide?
Anyway, there's like 136 sniffles in this video. Well, Vice is trying to make money everywhere they can. It's like they're YouTube whores. It's like they are. It's like they are whores. Not quite being whores, it's just like they are whores. It's accelerating the frequency of chemtrails.
Hi, everybody. It is December 27, 2018. Are you getting a little tired at man controlling your environment?
Yeah.
Your health?
I am.
How you feel?
Yeah.
I am. We talk about Agenda 2030, and we talk as if it's somewhere in the future.
It's now. The future is now. We got another one from Never Lose Truth. Excellent. Put that in chemtrails as well. Now, with the government shutdown, this happened last time. I don't know if you're going to experience it, but if they continue to let the government shut down this week, which I'm hoping they do, we may very well have less chemtrail activity. Last time the government had a shutdown, we noticed a complete shutdown in the chemtrails. Remember that, Sissified? Yeah. That's the sound of the people screaming that they're so happy they don't want to be sprayed like insects. Sprayed like insects. Chemies in the air. Do, 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 do. So we may see less of this coming up. And Scissorfight just confirmed no chemicals in the air for 2 days. They are charging us, the taxpayer, to dump these chemicals on our heads. That's how cheap the rich people are. Believe it or not, they are charging us to spray us. I'm kind of like a no-neck kind of guy here. All right, so the goal of shutting down the government will also save us from the dreaded chemtrails. So hip, hip, hooray for no more government operations. Yay. Breathe deep the gathering gloom. Watch lights fade from every room. Yellow is gray, and gray is white. But we decide which is right, and which is an illusion. I hope the shutdown lasts a long, long time. Me too, Robert. I want the government to shut down so that people like Nancy Pelosi and Charles Schumer will figure out what overspending really is. Because these people are living in a dream world. You know, Nancy Pelosi thought we would all have like $9,000 per person for health care. That's how out of it she is. Me love you long time. And look at Thoughtbot coming in with Zeno.
Oh. And that fucking wide neck. Oh, he don't want no smoke.
Why that nigga daddy on neck? I'm about to beat his ass.
That's a really interracial. It's an interracial feeling that you get from that. Nice.
Oh.
I'm glad we had an opportunity to see that. So let's ask the big question. Are they going to just allow the government to get funded with unlimited debt? Is Charles Schumer going to, face off with the mental giant Donald Trump, who's already beaten him, but he doesn't even know it? You know who's going to cave on this one? It's going to be Charles Schumer when he realizes the American people actually want a wall. The Democrats somehow think that their mandate is another round of Obama. That's how out of it they are. They don't realize that we actually chose the Democrats in the House to win so that they would impeach Donald Trump because he's so damn smart.
Is Donald Trump an intellectual? Trust me, I'm like a smart person. I went to the best colleges for college. I went to Wharton. I had a situation where I was a very excellent student. I'm a person that very strongly believes in academics. I was a nice student.
I have a very good brain, and I've said a lot of things.
I understand things. I comprehend very well. Better than, I think, almost anybody. I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words. I'm like a very smart person. Like a smart person. I'm a very smart person. It's like I'm a smart person. Very intelligent person. Like a lot of us are really smart. I'm really smart. We're going to have smartness.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
Here we go again.
In your
Here we go again.
Incoherent response.
There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything, we're falling like rocks. When you decided to, been there, done
You're a bad man. You're a very bad man. All right. We're on to the next subject, whatever that is. Come up with a subject and we'll talk about it. I did have some technology clips linked here. We've got the best, the coolest map of the world for all of you to look at, the earth.nullschool.net. Isn't this the best? You can go back from the Earth and take a look at everything. You want to know about your particular area, how bad the weather is? We're looking at it right now in real time. A little precipitation over Zambia. Yes, we will be looking at the precipitation over Zambia. As usual, Darfur and Madagascar in pretty much evaporation zones. And we got some cyclones blowing off in the in Australia's western waters. Yes. Pretty cool. Let me give you the link to this button. Can I be your friend? No. No, I'm not allowed friends. I'm sorry. That's not part of the contractual obligation that I'm serving here on Earth. Yes, I tried friends, but it didn't work out too well. I have alcoholics instead of friends. Would you like to be my alcoholic? Everyone I used to know is an alcoholic now. I don't drink, but I used to think that friendship was possible until I realized that people just want to drink. Yep, okay, we did that. This is perhaps the best video link we've seen all week of Uber creating a potential flying taxi, and they're going to roll this out. Take a look. I am not here for the purpose of attaining you as my friend.
It's a new type of aircraft. Our most important use case is going up, going across, and going down. So cruise is a very important part of our story.
So these will go faster than a helicopter?
They'll go faster. They'll be between 150 and 200 miles an hour.
Than a helicopter?
They'll be super quiet.
Faster than a helicopter, super quiet.
2020 is when you expect to start running tests.
Yes, demonstrator. We call them demonstrator flights.
Demonstrator flights
Introducing the
Dallas
demonstrator
and
flights.
Los Angeles.
Correct.
Correct.
2023 is when you expect this to be used by the general public.
That's right.
In some locations.
Yes, that's correct.
And when do you expect them to become autonomous?
That'll probably take 5 years. I would get.
I would believe that autonomy can be achieved at greater speed than possibly 5 years. I believe these particular types of drones can be made autonomous for transportation by 2025.
Yes.
So conceivably, by the LA Olympics in 2028, you could have people going from somewhere near their homes to downtown Los Angeles to watch an Olympic sporting event.
Only if they can fly over the Skid Row dumpster people at rapid pace. You know what's really screwed up? Yeah, he throws it at your face like it's a good thing, yeah. What's really screwed up is these scientific empiricists, these technologists that Ted Kaczynski warned us about in his manifesto. Remember that? I don't. But these people think that they can just keep creating technology while the average person continues to slump into an easy chair filled with toxic fumes and watching their TV and playing video games. That's the future of mankind. These roly-poly Humpty Dumptys and all these technocrats thinking they're going to somehow carry us all different places. It's pathetic. We can't even feed the homeless. My God, what a joke.
That will definitely happen. The question is whether it's autonomous or not.
How much is that going to cost? Is that going to be accessible?
We think the very initial flights will be Uber Black-like pricing. So remember, we're combining multiple people into a vehicle, and so you'll pay a little bit more. It's going to, because these are brand new vehicles. There are very few of them, and they're not very utilized yet, and they're
potentially putting a lot of people out of jobs. What are you guys sort of gaming out in terms of the possibilities of this?
Yeah.
I can't feed the homeless because I'm not allowed to. I would go out and get old pizzas off the backs of pizza parlors and give them to homeless people if I could. But the health department said I'm not allowed to do that. No, I don't have any food here. That's the thing. I can't feed people out of my house. Most of my food is in my bug out location, which is far, far away. I just keep enough food to eat small, like rodent-like amounts here. A bag of chips, typical rodent supply. But yeah, people could easily eat very comfortably and have places to stay if greedy pigs weren't living all around padding their pocketbook like Ocasio-Cortez, claiming to be a socialist when in fact she's just a little greedy capitalist. Yeah, look at Bernie Sanders. He made $2.3 million last year.
Could it be Satan?
No, it's Bernie Sanders. It's not Satan. How will you get to your bug out location? The roads will be gridlocked. Well, who says a road is needed to get to my bug out location? How do you know I don't have an unmanned aerial vehicle capable of transporting me to my unknown location? How do you know I'm not sitting on one heck of a helicopter in behind the trees where I live? You were homeless one time, your son saved you. Oh, thank goodness for children. See, I don't have a son to save me. I think the state of Washington should do something about homelessness. Jay Inslee, the incompetent governor we have. Well, now you figured it out, didn't you? I have a boat. Jay Inslee, the incompetent governor we have, who's completely lost. I talked to him. I told him he was completely, almost completely gone mentally. I said, you shouldn't even wake up and call yourself a legislator. Anyway, he actually said in front of a large group of Democrats in our area that he was going to get the money to pay for a homeless program. Even though he's been mayor for 5 years now, he hasn't done anything to help the homeless. And he told us that he's going to get the money from taxing businesses for capital gains. And in the state of Washington, you're not allowed to do that. You can't have an income tax separate for different people. It's illegal. So he doesn't even understand our state's constitution. He talks out of his butthole. Sphincter breath, I'll call him. Oh, your breath smells like a sphincter. Not that I would know what that smells like, because I've never really been that close to a sphincter except for your breath. He's a total idiot. He wouldn't even put in regular toilets in the most important bathroom in our area that oversees the most beautiful place in the world that people come to from all around to see. Deception Pass State Park. Absolutely gorgeous property. I mean, if you haven't seen it, it's one of the nicest landmarks to go to in Washington, overlooking the Puget Sound region and the beautiful San Juan Islands. But they get to this park and they got to go to the bathroom. And right up at the top of right up here, there's a bathroom. And they have to go to the bathroom and they have to go in there and they have to see prison-issued toilets where women have to sit on men's urine. And he wouldn't even bother fixing it. He ignored me. He literally ignored. He said, "Well, the park ranger should handle that. It's a state issue. You're my state legislator. Handle it." Oh, it's not my problem. Prison-issued toilets. Can you imagine? We got 2 million people coming in here. They have to sit on urine to go to the bathroom. Not even paper for the women. I don't plan on defeating Trump at all. No. I'm expecting Trump to drop out of the race. I don't believe he'll have it in him to run for another re-election period. Unless, of course, they're going to get him with that possible indictment against him for federal election code violations, the felony that Michael Cohen is charged with. Then he has to run again, and then I would assume he'd be calling me on the phone to help him win the race. So anybody who steals my ideas if I come up with a 200-point plan to stop or defeat Trump, those 200 points will be on his website the next day.
Call from.
Yep, nobody here. The point I'm making, Robert, is we've got 2 million people visiting that area of the Washington, and they don't have toilets to go to. You can't patent intellectual property, and my intellectual property ideas have been documented. He's performed what is called intellectual property theft every time he takes my ideas, and we have that documented as well. I'm not about to pursue a patent violation or even to get something patented or trademarked when he's already just done the simplest thing, intellectual property rights violation. He's got so many things going against him, it hardly matters that I feel like my ideas are being stolen. I actually think it's a compliment to my ideas. I feel very good. You can't patent ideas, no. Plus, it can cost thousands of dollars to maintain, too. On any type of a patent, the first year is easy. The next year after that gets harder and harder. I don't need to patent a fruit enzyme spray. I'm not here to make money. It's just so sad. I'm preaching to a group of capitalists that all you think about is a world where you make money. And I gave up money when I was 18 years old. I abdicated any interest in material thought. I live in a kind of almost a fool's paradise, if you will, where I don't mind being the fool on the hill. I've got everything I want. I don't need any more. I'm not here to make more. I'm not here to steal, cheat, or lie. So in a way, I kind of put myself in a very nice place to not worry. You, however, are constantly worried about money because you spend a lot of it. I am searching the database for Enrico Palazzo. The naked guy, Enrico Palazzo, of Naked Gun fame. I don't think that's relevant to our conversation tonight. Thank you. I'm not here to make money on a fruit enzyme spray. I mean, what is wrong with all of you people? I mean, it's like you think in one dimension. You think, well, you got to make money to eat, Dave. Well, actually, you can pretty much grow your own food if you plant the seeds at the right time. Anyway, I guess I'm really preaching to a group of people that don't even understand my religion. I mean, where are you going to go to get a day spa spray like this? And I can make this out of something that's already made. Why would I want to go sell that product to you? I'm teaching you how to live comfortably, easily, and affordably. I am not Jewish, no. Never been, never was, never will be. But Terry, you are. You sound like a real Jewish guy living in Florida in a condo with a bunch of 75-year-old women. And all you can get is that smell of Vagisil when you go down to your jacuzzi. I don't know how you make it, man. Poor Terry. Yeah. Terry lives in a condo his parents bought him when his mom died. Well, they've admitted that there are chemtrails being dumped on our heads. Here's Douglas Rowland of NASA, Goddard Space Center.
Into the atmosphere. The following excerpt from a recorded phone call is common sense evidence that chemtrails is an accepted term used by NASA scientists to describe deployment of chemicals into the atmosphere.
In these chemtrails, there's different kinds of chemtrails, as you probably know. Different trails at night we use and different trails during the day. No, it's been done in the 1970s. It's been done recently in the 1990s and 2000s.
There's chemtrails. Oh, yeah. Nice. Thanks for telling us, Douglas Rowland. We tried to look him up. He couldn't be contacted. I think they pushed him into a far area of the... He's in the research division and the back door is closed. Will it run? A Honda generator that sat for a decade. I've had one of these things. I wouldn't doubt it's the one I
starting to-
sold to a... Oh, look at that, yeah. I had a Honda that wouldn't start and wouldn't run for a decade. I finally sold it to somebody, though. Some guy who liked to tinker with mechanics. Oh, yeah. Chemtrails, Winchell. You're fantasizing again. Remember that time when you had a libido before you lost your sex drive? Remember that last orgasm you had back in 1978 in a small motel in Vegas? It's been a long time, hasn't it? I know. But there's hope for you, too. There's more to life than just an orgasm. Right, vitamin D deficiencies, lack of sunlight can lead to the development of prostate and breast cancer, memory loss, and an increase in developing dementia and schizophrenia. They believe that vitamin D is one of the contributing, lack of vitamin D is one of the contributing factors to hormone fluctuations in your body. And that leads to mental illness. Good point, Ghost. So take vitamin D supplements, everybody, if you haven't already. No, it didn't cost the church a dime because they took all the money from the donations to make the lunch for Thanksgiving. We have a Catholic church in our area that produces an entire meal on Monday nights. People go there who have no food for their families. They get a free lunch. And it comes from donations of people at the Catholic Church. You know, when they pass the basket, it always feels weird when I put a credit card in there, you know? It's like they don't have a machine or anything to strike my name. And no, I didn't have a first broadcast from a small motel in Vegas. We were in a small motel in Vegas, though. We had a bad broadcast from there. I remember one of those years that we did that. We've done over 3,000 shows, so. Well, why would you want to make dinner when you can go to a local church and eat for free, right? I'm not sure many of you understand that there are places you can get free food. Yeah, and I plan on giving more and more people food availability. So more food banks, free food places to get, especially when we cut off the EBT money to non-U.S. citizens. Even green card holders won't be able to get food stamps when I become president, 6 months into it. Of course, people who are illegal right now don't even bother with food stamps because they know that if they give their address, the ICE forces will come to their door. They integrate all that information. Food stamp information is sent to ICE. Even Motel 6 takes your name and license number, and ICE knows where you are. If you're an illegal alien, they can arrest you at Motel 6. They don't change it to Motel Sick, you know. Why would they give up personal information to DHS? Well, they do. Walmart sends all your video feeds to Department of Homeland Security when you go into Walmart. Walmart's working directly with DHS to make our country safer, whatever that means. Digging underground FEMA camp style incinerators? I don't know. 5 Walmarts closed in order to open up underground units. I'm not sure what's happening. I got called at Starbucks, yeah, in California, and I know exactly who made that call. Xenu. I recognize your voice. Dave, what's the best kind of socks to wear to promote a cheery disposition? I would go with 100% cotton or wool. Otherwise, you're going to be cramped by the polyester oil derivative toxic waste that's on your foot. Costco has free food, that's right. In fact, if you were homeless and you went out and got a P.O. box at a local P.O. box facility, they sell it for like $100 I can get a P.O. box for about $100 a year at a post office box, but you need an address tied to it. But you can go to another place for roughly about $75 every 3 months. You can get a P.O. box. That's not that much money. $25 a month for a P.O. box. Then you could get a Costco card. But there's a cheaper way to do this. I'm going to tell you how to do it right now. Are you ready? Okay, I knew you'd wonder. Costco has free samples. When you walk in there, you can eat whatever you want, and you could probably fill up lunch just walking around eating free samples. But if you really are strapped for cash, you can get a friend to invite you to Costco, or have them go in there and get you a gift card for $10. Now, you never have to use that gift card, but that gift card will get you in the door at any Costco in the United States. You can't buy anything at the Costco, but you can certainly walk through and eat their free food. They don't have a limit on how much you buy there. So that's just one way if you're really strapped for food. I mean, Costco's got free samples. And they've gotten better with their samples, yeah. But that $10 gift card will get you in the door. You don't have to use it. For people that can't even afford a mailbox. That's right. Okay, what's the best underwear that prevents swamp ass? I would go with the breathable carbon filtration butt huggers, available at butthugger.com. With the one with the carbon inlays, they're good. Let me make sure butthugger.com doesn't exist. Yeah, unregistered. Good. Thank you. It may be available. All right, so if you are really looking to get into the butt hugger business of underwear and whatever, this is a unique ground floor opportunity to start getting a website. Butthugger.com may be available, everyone. All right. Hey, this concludes our regular broadcasting show, which we now go into our video edible hour, where you eat the video. First of all, packs of homeless people, you can't tell the difference between packs of homeless people and regular people nowadays. Yeah, most people dress like they're homeless nowadays. Haven't you seen the clothes that are being provided at department stores? They look like bag people would wear them. Really? I got to tell you, Long John Silver's has a great fish deal. Yeah, their fish deal. No, I don't want Buck Hugger. You go ahead and get it yourself. I got too many websites as it is. If you haven't been to my flagship website for watching our show and playing music, let's not forget, on an outgoing here, we're just going to show you a little something you can do with your show. It expands your video and your entertainment industry moment when you go to our flagship website, coolrock.com.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide.
We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch virtual chat, great music, and interactive news links.
Okay, so this site is completely interactive. We've got the chat room here, there, everywhere. We've got iBlog chat room over here, and we've got the Vaughn chat room over here. And you can go down if you're bored. You can do whatever this is your page. You can do whatever you want. You can resize things. You can move stuff around. It doesn't matter. When you refresh, it'll restart. Now, in this website, Cool Rock, you can play with an interactive AI system. So say you want to communicate to a robot. Watch me do this. Weird. Yeah, so you're interacting with an actual robot AI system that was developed just for that site. Then you've got other things you can play. which don't seem to be working right now. Yeah, for some reason, I'll get back to that. I'm not really sure what's happening here. Yeah, some of these plugins have been kind of giving me some problems. This Mr. Dupe thing is really cool. You can actually engage in a three-dimensional drawing program. You can have fun with, like Doodle Heaven. And this is other channel which offers music tracks and things. Oh yeah, it's like fun stuff. Headphones recommended. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, it's just, we got all kinds of things going on, and then we got the news called allsides.com from all different perspectives. That's right. And then a whole story we've got here about America. You can learn about American history from state history stories like Wisconsin. How was Wisconsin discovered? You find out that a wealth of information, all at coolrock.com. Okay, thank you everybody for coming into our show. We will be bringing you another one tomorrow. Freedom Friday starts. I got all the tools to have fun on the internet right here at America's Third Party. Our daily show goes on endlessly. We are the longest running TV show in the world with no breaks other than a Sunday, a day off for rest. And I will keep this thing rolling despite all odds. That's right, we cannot stop. We are the future. Take care, good night. See you again tomorrow. Have a good night's sleep. They say 8 hours is recommended. 6 to 8 hours, highly recommended. Take care, everyone.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop.